kara aka elu mmụọ na nna anyị ochie asị m gị binye mmụọ na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo asị m gị binye oke ọfọ ji eje ọgụ asị m unu binye ọfọ ndị Igbo niile asị m gị binye ọfọ ndị mmiri asị m gị binye ọfọ ndị ikuku asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị osimiri asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị nwanyị na-ebe asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị idodi ikwu na-eme asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị amambara asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị osimiri Njaba asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị ala Igbo niile asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị ọgba asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị anike wawa asị m gị binye oke arụsị na n'ike ojuru nwaanyị aga asị m gị binye n'oge akara aka eluo igirigi ọgụ mmụọ asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọkwa nwa dike asị m dododo unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efụla asị m unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efụla nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọ nwa dike ọ sị na mberede nyiri dike na mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike onye ka m ji akpọ unu n'isi ọhamadike bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ya bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya asị m unu binye n'isi ya nye ogologo ndụ na-arụ isi ike napụta ya na eke napụta ya n'orie napụta ya na afọ napụta ya na nkwọ asị m na ahịa kara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ na ahịa kara aka agaghị eri Mazi Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu gaa napụta Nnamdi Kanu na eke napụta ya n'orie napụta ya na afọ napụta ya na nkwọ asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kwụrụ njọ n'isi atụgharịa kwụ mma ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lacha Chukwu okike abịa ama onye jiri mmiri siri ike kwa aja were aja siri ike kwọ mmadụ asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị eke n'ala Igbo asị m na eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ eke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe oke ga-eketara ya ndụ oke ga-eketara ya Biafra oke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ asị m na mbọsọ ga-apụta ekwensu ga-anọ n'ụra ndị iro ya ga-anọ n'ụla ọ kwara ekwe osu asị m gịnị bụ ekwe osu asị m na mbọsọ ọ ga-apụta ya bụ ndị iro ga-anọ n'ụra ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwensu asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwọ mma asị m obiara igbu Nnamdi Kanu bụ onwe ya onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri ọnụ niile kpọrọ ogiri ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lacha osisi abụla oturu ga-emeche wee kwele onye asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta asị m na ọnụ ahụ iji wee kwuo ya dịka ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya asị m na ebe onye ahụ na-atụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ osisi ahụ fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe asị m ikuku futuo gị anya ọbụla fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwarịrị asị m alịrị akọrọ ya n'anya onye fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị Chukwu okike abịa ama asị m na mberede nyiri dike mberede ka o ji amanwa dike asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose ọ dịadị ukwu ose enu na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka ọ sị na kirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu na ọkwado kirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama mfụ ya anya asị m na-eje anabụ isi ije asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwi asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụ maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri ọ bụla eje nkụ asị na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmiri asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welere asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga tụnye ugo ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri tụnye ugo n'elu ugo nye ike n'elu ike nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu na efufe unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fu n'ofufe a sị na ahịa kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka ha nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo ka ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị Chukwu okike abịa ma asị m na belede nyere dike belede ka o ji amawa dike asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose ọ dị ukwu ose elu na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka ọ sị na kirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu na ọkwado kirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama mfụ ya anya asị m na-eje anaba isi ije asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwi asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi anaghị agwụ agwụ maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri ọ bụla eje nkụ asị na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmiri asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welere asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga tụnye ugo ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri tụnye ugo n'elu ugo nye ike n'elu ike nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu na-efufe unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fu na-ofufe a sị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa mkpụrụ ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka ha nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo ka ha nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra ka ha nwee ike wee kwuchi anyị ọnụ ka ha nwee ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri ndị nwe ikuku ndị nwe anyanwụ mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra asị m unu binyenu asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ ọkwa na unu ga-aga buori ahịa ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị eru ule asị m dododo ikirigo ọgụ mmụọ eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo asị m unu binye maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa mmiri ọ na-ebubu ụzọ asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eri nnu asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee rie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa
ise good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra Hausa service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct. Today is the 26th day of November 2022. I am here with Wada Marian T. Haida in order to go on our religious discussions. Today is Orie Day in our land. Orie, Obochi Orie. N'ọnwa nke iri na otu n'afọ 2022. We are live and direct. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers, even your enemies. Do not deny them listening to this hallowed platform. Because what we are doing here is we are trying to disintoxicate our brains from the poison of colonialism. That is what we do here. The poison, the virus of colonialism. And this is what has been putting us backwards as Africans, as Biafrans. Because we have been reasoning, thinking the way they programmed us to think. Now we are rebelling. Ideological rebellion is what we are engaged. Started by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in this hallowed platform. Ideological revolution and rebellion. That is it. Because it has been a long time they programmed us to behave and think, reason the way they want us to reason. That is why we are not moving forward. Therefore, in this restoration project, genuine physical restoration of freedom starts from mental emancipation. That is what I always know. is what I always put out there. Because we cannot restore a sane country without first of all liberating our mindset to reason in a different way. Otherwise, we restore another quagmire, African quagmire of a country. I know what, like zombies being there, zombieing and being there. No, what we are doing is mental revolution. It might not augur well with some people. It might, many people might not like it, but that is not the problem. After all, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started, most people were against him. Now, do you know what you are doing? You want to cause war. You want to bring this and that. You want to bring down heaven heaven and brimstone. Brimstones and hellfire on earth, on us. But he didn't listen. He continued. And today, most of us, even not only Biafrans, many other people have seen reason with what he's doing. That time, people were, it was his opinion, yes. That is what people, though it's your opinion, though. Though it's his opinion. But that opinion transcends, develops into majority people's idea. And it is becoming a revolution. That is what we do. Therefore, before I continue, I will bring in one other to salute Biafrans before we continue. One other, please, over to you.
And how are you doing today, sir?
I'm good.
Okay, Mazi. Good evening, my fellow Biafrans. I know I'm going to be brief in my introduction, but if you hear any car honking or anything, okay, fine, I'm getting to my house. So, forget about that background. Once I get, I'll transition to my laptop. So, my regards to, my greetings to Mazi, our leader, Mazi Ahmadike I of Biafra land, wherever he is. I send my regard, my express and sincere prayers to him. My utmost respect to the leadership, the DOS that is headed by HOD in the person of Mazi Etodem. And to my fellow Biafrans, I say welcome to our program again. And how are you all doing? Hopefully we are all doing well. We had our Thanksgiving here on Thursday. So my regards to all Americans and listeners. I hope you guys had a good turkey day. Unfortunately for me, or fortunately, I do not eat meat, so I was an observer. But all the same, I am so happy for you all. Everything went well, I hope. So, welcome to the program one more time. And please, I'm glad and I want to reiterate that we came in with our listening ears and an open mind, objectively, to listen, and then at the fullness of time, when it's time to make phone calls, we will be able to ask questions, bring in suggestions, bring in comments, because it's an interactive program. We're all learning together. Without wasting much time, welcome to you all, and let us yield back as we unfold what we have today. God bless you all.
Once again, I welcome each and every one of you. Today is the 26th day of Obotiori of November 2022. Our leader is still in the enemy dungeon. Our leader has been discharged and acquitted by the Nigerian courts. But the Fulani Caliphate, they don't understand what it means by obeying the court order. They don't do that. They don't understand that. That is why, despite the court ruling that our leader should be released with immediate effect, and has not only that he should stand no more trial, he should never stand any trial once again in any Nigerian court. But here the Fulani, they don't understand what it means in modern governance. We are talking about democracy, Federal Republic of Nigeria. That is rubbish. All those are rubbish. You know, Adamu has told you that they are not ready for, electronic voting. In this 21st century, they are not ready. Always, they are not ready. So everybody should be stagnated, waiting for them. Do you see how they do? Nonetheless, we must continue in our topic, or on our topic that says upholding our values. This is the sixth part, upholding our values. Today, under a subtopic that says understanding our civilization and education. Understanding our civilization and education, under upholding our values. Before I continue, let me just a flash to some news that made headlines, please. Operation Golden Dawn in Southeast is deaf, dumb. Couldn't stop killer headsmen from sacking Enugu communities by the International Society for Civil Liberties and Rule of Law, Inter-Society. You know, what they are doing, Operation Python Dance, Operation Golden Dawn, by the military, is killing innocent Biafrans and nothing more. Aiding and abetting their terrorist accomplice, the headsmen, the Fulani terrorists. Because the Nigerian military is the Fulani terrorists, the Fulani terrorists is the Nigerian military. They help them, aid them in order to slaughter. That is why they will not do anything until, the Fulani terrorists have finished their job. Now they will come to cover their back. That is the truth. That is the truth. Therefore, we must continue. And even in Enugu, the GOC, General Officer Commanding of the Edu Division, is one Fulani, Major General Omar Musa. Omar Musa. He is the person that brought the, because of political weakness, our governors, they are agents, vassals to the Fulani Caliphate. So they accept anything without questions. Without questions. You see, the former governor of Anambra State, Willie Obiano, who is an American citizen, he have come and played his part. Remember, Willie Obiano is the person that said that the Mietiala Fulani headsmen are part of his government. All those things in order for him to loot, to allow him to loot and go his way. These people don't understand the harm they are causing to us as a people. For our future generations, they don't understand that. Now, is he not gone? As a governor, he's gone. How long is he going to live more? All these things, the harm he caused to us as a people will linger with us for many decades. You understand? That is how they do. So, Enugu State Governor, any person they bring, they say this man have been, if they send it to other places, they reject him because they know he's a direct terrorist, Fulani terrorist. Direct. Many governors of many other places, west, other places in the north, even they reject him. But in Biafra land, the governors, they bring him. They don't care about the people. What they care for is about how they will go free after looting. That is the thing. That is the thing. You see, I need to Izachabai, honestly. I need to Izachabai. And we will do it. Therefore, we must continue. They are doing Operation Golden Dawn in Southeast. That is in our land. But does it stop the Fulani headsmen from killing people in our land? Does it stop the Fulani terrorists, they call bandits, that are moving in their thousands, moving around freely? No. But they come around and shoot and kill Biafrans, innocent Biafrans, in Olo, in Okpuru, in different parts of Biafra land, which is in Izombe, in even Anambra. People people we are protesting, women, let me go. Now, okay, let me see. Police tear gas arrest Enugu women protesting against killing of their children by the police, by the security forces. They arrest and tear gas them. Women, they can only do this in Biafra land. They will not try it in the north. No. In the south mostly, because the same way they shoot on protesters, I think in Ondo. That is it. Because they are in power, they have everything. Nigeria belongs to them. Under a democratic setting, people have the right to demonstrate peacefully. Peaceful Biafran women protesters protesting in Enugu. We are tear gassed and many of them are arrested. And you will see that they will be raped by the Nigerian military, Nigerian forces. That is the situation we are in. But we must deliver ourselves, and that is what we are doing. Terrorists kill 11 residents in fresh attack on Kaduna. That's what we. Terrorists. These are the Fulani headsmen. When you hear all these things, these are Fulani headsmen killing Fulani terrorists, killing the indigenous people in Kaduna. That is the reality, but very sad one. There is one interview. Granted, I think by Rudolph Konko to one man, a US-based professor, Akpan. You know, when you see this, I fear these Biafran professors, these people that have PhD, that are, you know, you just remove yourself from them. They are, you know, as somebody said, that they know everything about other places, but they don't know anything about themselves. That is the reality. That is a Biafran professor for you. He said, you know what he said? He said minorities in Nigeria we are greatest victims of Biafra Republic declared by Leto Jugu, US-based Professor Akbar. These are people that talk, they are professors, but they don't understand the history. First of all, how can you be relegated into calling yourself minorities? Because Britain called you a minority in your father's land, and you accept that you have minority. Is that not a... this is what they put inside the brains of our people. You're a minority. But let me tell you, there are more tribes in the north than in the south. I used to say this so that people will research more and find out, because whenever people talk about different tribes, they mention Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, this and all the clans, even clans, not even tribes in Biafra land, because that is how they are programmed to reason. You know, I said that what we are doing is ideological revolution and rebellion. That is it. So that we remove ourselves from the cage, that cage they put us to think inside the cage. We remove ourselves and start thinking from outside. Look at this man. Look at what he said. Let me read a bit. Let me jump some and read somewhere. Okay, he said, in the riots that engulfed the north, at least a third of those killed were minorities from the north. Why is he calling himself a minority? Is there anything wrong when he called we are one people? Didn't he know that our second in command, the last president of Biafra, Effiam, he said it? We are not saying, let me tell you, the Fulani Caliphate, the Northerners, they call everybody Igbo, whether you like it or not. They call everybody from Biafra land. They call us all Igbos. Whether you are from Ejo, whether you are from Ibibio, whether you are from Efik, whether you are from, it doesn't matter where you come from. Even on Tompini, they call everybody Igbos. That is what these people fail to understand. You know? So, when we talk about our being slaughtered in the north, Is every Biafran we are talking. These people, I don't know the type of brain. You know, this is a danger of studying in Harvard. But you have no roots, tap roots you don't have, of your own. You know, that is what killed Azikiwe. Oh, he studied in Cambridge, in Oxford, in Harvard. But he didn't know Onisha, he's a village. He didn't know. He spoke Hausa first before he was brought back to Onisha, so that he can learn Igbo. Learning something that he should speak naturally. He learn it. This is the situation, the messy situation we are in. This person that is talking is calling himself a minority because Britain said so, that you're a minority. Now you're a minority, and he say, okay, we are minorities. They divide you, try to separate you from your brothers, and you accept. Who is stupid? Who is stupid? Okay. He said in the riots that engulfed the North, at least a third of those killed were minorities. No one tells that story. This is how buffonic this type of people are. Akbam, Professor Akbam. This is how they are. They don't know nothing, but they are professors. You understand? That is why I fear these professors. When you are making reasonable argument, they will try to position you in what they learn. They don't go to the common sense. What we preach here is common sense. How can somebody come from far off, thousands of kilometers, and call you a minority in your father's land and you accept it? Are you not stupid? When we preach here, when we talk about our killings, Biafrans were slaughtered in the north. The Biafrans. If we say Igbos, everybody is involved, is inside. Is Effiong an Igbo man? Of course, they call him Igbo man. Yes, he can answer Igbo man, because that is what they refer to everybody, including a job. You understand? So all of us were slaughtered together. That is why we are calling all of us together in order to do something, because we have a common enemy. Stop this division and division and division. Answering minority. They place you in a cage and you are there running around. Very, very pathetic, honestly. I want to leave it here because sometimes people. You cannot understand for the goodness of me how people reason. We have tribes in the north, very many tribes in the north. But you normally, when you see somebody, any person from Sokoto, Bauchi, even Benue, you call him Hausa man, isn't it? But are they really Hausa? Is it not time we start being rational? You start being rational, reasoning like a human being. Here we tell you to reason. Do not reason like an Englishman, because you are not. Do not reason like a Christian, because naturally you are not. Christianity came to our land just middle or late 19th century, 1841, 57, something like that. You understand? So we want you reason like a human being you are, added to the fact of our natural value. You reason. You understand me? Common sense. That is what we preach here. Here is this news. Okay. Nigeria Secret Police, DSS, withdraws charges against bandits negotiator Tukumamu. Do you remember Tukumamu? He was arrested in Egypt, in Cairo, on his way to make on transit, and they wanted to jail him there under their anti-terrorism law because he's a terrorist. But Nigerian government made a secret negotiation, assuring the Egyptian government that they will investigate him and put him to jail as a terrorist. That is why they returned him, deported him back to Nigeria. Upon arriving in Abuja airport, they arrested him in order to give the impression that they are doing their job. This thing happened, I think, last month. Today they are withdrawing the whole case. Now they say, go, a terrorist. Because they did all these things in order to showcase to Egypt and to the international community that they are fighting against terrorism. Had it been that Nigerian government didn't give this, assurance to Egypt, this man would have been languishing in jail in Egypt. The same way many terrorists, many Fulani terrorists of Nigeria descent are sentenced in Dubai for many years. You understand? But today, Tukumamu, the right hand man of Sheikh Gumi, is being released and every charge is withdrawn, because it is order from above. Leave that man, is doing job for us. And the worst part of it is that America they don't care. America never care about anything that is happening to us as a people in Nigeria. What matters to them is the stealing of oil. You understand? They suck our oil. I say America, United States of America. They suck our oil and they will come in order to give a very hypocritical, double standard statements on air. They don't care about the terrorism, Fulani terrorism that is going on the rampage, killing people with the arms even they provide. All that matter, America has oil. They have crude oil. They are the richest country in the world, or the most powerful, I should say, in the world, pretending to fight to be the world moral custodian, which is lie. They demonize the people that never stole from us, the Russians. They demonize them in our mind. Even they use religion. Pray for the Russian now. Or non catechism. I now one by Lenin didn't Russia. I pray for the peace of Jerusalem. In the way to go, I know now, because we are programmed to see up to Chineke. They program us. Oh, if you want to have peace, pray for peace in Jerusalem. For goodness sake, let us stop this stupidity. For goodness sake, I question this stupidity. People that have nuclear weapons, I know we don't even have electricity. We are here praying for them to have peace. But we are in a cage. That is what religion have done to us. We need to deliver ourselves. Any person that says that we should not continue in this, I don't know. A lie, we see that person and the generations. I'm telling you, they program us in order to be doing. We continue some being. Oh, pray for people that don't know God. Look at people that don't know God. Nuclear powers, they don't know God. People that don't have peace, pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Which kind of peace they don't have? They are a very powerful country, and we are here praying for them. Hey, does it Jerusalem? We are here delivering ourselves. We need to deliver ourselves. You are praying for people that are advanced. You don't have even a simple electricity. You are praying for people. You don't even try to fight to deliver yourself, because that is what you are being programmed to believe. Here we don't give ourselves sugar. We bitter pill we are giving ourselves, so that we come out from this stupidity. It pains me a lot that wherever we are, the black people, we are at the bottom layer. Why? Because of the way we are reasoning. They program us to reason like animals, and we are doing it. Look at Onyene with the electricity. I see the people that can destroy you under 1 second with a nuclear weapon. People that since 100 years they never take off the electricity. Since 100 years. But look at Onye. I know he say we need to deliver ourselves from this stupidity, honestly. We need to deliver ourselves. One other place before I go on, because we need to preach this gospel. Come on, please. Before we go on, one other, go on. One other, are you there? One other, please unmute yourself. I don't know. Wanda, unmute yourself. Wanda, unmute yourself. Oh my goodness me. Wow, it seems you're doing another. Okay, let me continue. You will come in when you could. I know. You muted yourself, and we must continue. We must continue. So, as I said, today we are still continuing on upholding our values. Wanda, are you there? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Please come in before I continue. Come in. Maybe you're busy. Go on. Wanda, don't mute yourself.
To devices.
Yes, go on. Don't just press the thing once.
Okay, Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, it's okay. You are muting. I understand what the situation you are in.
I'm going to come in a few minutes because I'm in transition trying to come into the house. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Let me continue. I'll continue. I know that I understand that you are busy. I know. Who do it? It's not easy. So we must continue, as I said. I will continue on the topic upholding our values. Today we are going to talk about understanding our civilization and education. That is what we are going to hit on, please. You listen attentively, because as I said, what we do here is to, disintoxication. Do you see how they disintoxicate, addicts, drug addicts? They send them into centers of disintoxication. Here on Radio Biafra is a center for disintoxication of our mental caging, mental slavery that we are being, mental cage. We try to disintoxicate it. It's not a sweet. You can feel it as nasty. But that is how it is. But that is only the thing that can heal us. Now, under upholding our values, understanding our civilization and education, our Igbo culture consists of ancient practices as well as new concepts added into Igbo culture, either by cultural evolution or by outside influence. These customs and traditions include the Igbo people's visual art. Listening. So that you don't think whenever we talk about our tradition, you don't go only killing goats. Because like killing goat and chicken. No, not only that, please. It includes the Igbo's visual arts, music, dance forms, as well as their attire. Cuisine, that is agronomy and language dialects. All these are inside our custom, tradition. Is our way of life, our values. Do you understand me? So that whenever we talk our value, people's mind will go, now you are not here. Today you will understand. You will understand. You will understand something. You take away something. Music, art. Our go to Ibuku. We have our bronze, our art castings of as dated since the 9th century. Do you know that? But you don't know who gave that our people, our ancestors, that knowledge. Is for you to find out. Very fine arts. Many of them are in a British Museum, American Museum, Indianapolis Museum of Art, USA. Do you understand? These are things that they looted from our land, and they tell us that our ancestors were good for nothing. Who tell you that? Who gave them the art, the idea of mastering fire, of art, woodwork, metal work? Who gave very fine art? You understand? Anklet, you see anklet beaten from a solid brass bar, worn by Igbo women. All these very fine. You even in this modern technology, you cannot fathom how it is done. But this thing, we are far back. All these things we are hidden from us, so that we see ourselves that, oh, it is the Europeans that came and give us education. Who tell you that? Our people, we have our own form of writing. In GBD is our civilization. Do you know that? We mastered. Look, our people, we are good in metal work to the extent that today, even your communities are named Okozo, Okozo, Oka, Ndina Kozo. Today, you know, because of English spelling, anglicized way of spelling it, they write it AW. No, Oka Ozo Kowo. You are calling it Okozo. No, it's Oka, because that has been their work right from time immemorial. Before even the Europeans understand what is artwork, our people have been doing it. All these, we are arts from our, ancestors. The people you cast to die by fire, the people you detest, the people that gave life to you. Do you know why? Because you are programmed to do so. Do you understand? It's a program. You know, when you write a program, and you program a computer, anything, or a robot, anything you tell him to do is what he does. Do you understand me? Anything you tell him to do is what he does. It cannot go beyond what you programmed it to be or to do. That is the way they programmed us, so that we start, having affinity, embracing our enemies, those that slaughtered us. We embrace them as our saviors. All this they programmed through religion. As I said before, they programmed us to, if you want to succeed, always kneel down and pray for peace in Jerusalem. The people that they fought very well and have gotten their freedom, and they have developed. They are in an advanced country, Israel, but you are programmed to be praying. For us to have Biafra, we should pray for peace in Jerusalem. You are not here. You are just an animal in a cage. I'm telling you honestly. We should, I don't pity myself. Your son, we have been stupid enough. I had to go stupid too much. It is time for us to revolutionize, because without this mental revolution, we find it very difficult in order to restore a country of our choice, of our liking. We will still go like, we enter into the line of quagmire-ish countries. We should be radicalized in order to go back to our value, upholding our value. That is what I'm preaching today. Therefore, we must continue. We should correct. Okay, let me continue. So when you hear about upholding our values, please don't think only about how to, these charlatans you are seeing, come share, go see the go. No, that is not our value. All these things, they learn it from the foreign European religion they brought to us, because they see that it is money is working, money making machine. So when you say they have to use this one in order to attract you, because all you want is money, that is your limitation. That is all you want in life. You don't care about knowledge. You don't care about wisdom. What you care for is immediate money, mercantile mentality. That is why they can attract you. They can also push this okite, So that you come, they do money for you, you know, abracadabra. The same thing with the church. Because before, it is not how we do. Never. It's not how we do. It's not our value. So it includes Igbo people's visual arts, music, dance forms, attire, cuisine, and language dialects. Anything concerning our life. How we marry, how we grow up, respect for our elders. This is what our values are. You understand? You understand? We should correct some mischievous errors of translations, which solidify and present our cultural values to the negative. I will come there, please. We should correct some mischievous errors of translations, which solidify and present our cultural values to the negative. Let me give you an example. You know, our shrines, normally temples, where we perform rituals, including presenting criminals to perform some rituals in order to pacify the land, originally called arokose, in our dialect, aro. In the number say alo. That is, let's abomination stop. Let the crime stop. Alokose. That is what they translated today into alose. You know, just the same way as Igbo Pinus or today is Ibizo. You know, things change. Imitates gradually into meaningless issues, meaningless things. Alose you are hearing today is alokose. If somebody commits abomination, if somebody sins major Allah, they will do something. He will do something, and he will be presented to our shrine, our temple, our shrine. It can be a joy, a temple there. Now that place is called alokose. You will perform all those things. Now, after you be restituted back. That is what the Europeans saw. Now they say, no, this is evil. It become evil. Oh, okay. It was originally called Arokusi. I am using our dialects, my Olo dialect, Imo dialect, Aro, but Anambra we say Alo. It was wholesomely but mischievously demonized and condemned by the European missionaries and translated as Alose or Arose, idol, in the Igbo Bible. Do you understand? Igbo Bible translation. They put it there. You know, some people might believe that the Igbo Bible also a fall from heaven since the beginning of the world. But you know, just a second. So as I was saying, this Alokose is a shrine. There are shrines in our communities. You know? Now, it is called Alokose. Do you know why they call it Alokose? It is where you make amends. Somebody that have committed crime in our land, pardonable crime, because there are ones that are not pardonable. You understand? That you know, they will ascend now you get on them more, they will kill you. Our land will slaughter, will kill you. That is our culture. That is our culture. Now, but the pardonable ones, they are either if you are exiled or excommunicated anyhow. Oh, now they tell you, oh yeah, mekwala. When you do all those things, they bring you into our altar. Do you understand? You call shrine. It's altar. It's temple. Now, in that temple, that place is called Arokose. Arokose. When you finish, I go to you say, "Arokosi today." You know, if anyone they tell you say, "Oh, you keep it here," you keep it. This and that, and that's it. You go. That is arokosi. The Europeans, they saw our spirituality. They use their missionaries now in order to castigate and start using the criminals in our land that run into their churches, into their missionaries, instead of coming to, suffer the consequences of their crimes in our land. They enter, run and go and meet the British missionaries, the European missionaries in our land. And those people tell them that, don't worry, your sins are forgiven. Now, this thing where they are taking you is where they should take you to do your restitution. They say it's evil. They start condemning it. It was wholesomely but mischievously and maliciously demonized and condemned by the European missionaries and translated as Alosi, idol, in the Igbo Bible. They have idol, we don't have. I know idol is English, idol, but they don't know, because we don't have the interpretation of that idol, because it's foreign to us. Something they call idol. Now they come and say, okay, this thing you are doing is idol. And they put it in Igbo Bible. Igbo Bible was first translated in 1913. 1913 of yesterday. Do you know that? But some people will think that from Elu since the time of Abraham, because there are many things, many words there that was strange to us. We didn't have, as in our value, in our culture, we don't have an explanation of that. So what they cleverly do, the European missionaries, they thwarted our culture. They pointed and said, no, it's this that is ours. You see that? And we agreed, and it has been eating us since that time. It has been destroying us since that time. Anything else? Do you see? Okay. Today, the virus they injected into us made us reason and think English. When you talk, there are people, you cannot even explain all these things in Igbo language. Even we cannot really explain everything in Igbo language, because now we are thinking in English. You understand? That is why we can easily call an idol. And when you translate it in Igbo, because of the original way, the malicious translation, which the missionaries put it, you say it's alosi, which is where our temple before, which is where we and they demonize it. And they put us into that cage and say, oh yeah, because it's in the Bible. Now it's alosi. Now it becomes the general language. Do you see how human being can recreate human being? I'm telling you, Europeans recreated us. They recreated, I'm not missing words. They recreated us. And they made us to be thinking in English. In European, we cannot think again like ourselves. We think in English. You understand? People might be asking, thinking in English. Yes, you reason now in English. Because they lied to us, they deceived us, they played with our brains, and they translated the nonsense in our language, and we accepted it. Those people that did this thing, this Bible translation, they were the first people, mischievous set of people that first entered. Many of them are evil people. Enter the church, and now anything they start demonizing, because they were getting support from the white people against their own. Now they started demonizing anything concerning us. They were the people that translated this Igbo Bible. Don't you know that? Okay. We no more think in our original selves. We think in English. In Igbo cosmology, listen. We never had anything called the Satan. Do you understand that? It's foreign to us. We don't know anything called the Satan, devil, or Lucifer. It was brought to us by the European missionaries. Because before I know, we manage everything. Every spirits are manipulated by our people for our good. Do you understand? Now, We have different spirits which perform different duties, which are all useful when their need arises. And listen attentively how they outsmarted us. We didn't have in Igbo language what is Satan or Lucifer. No. All we have different spirits. The spirit of death we have. I'm coming to that. Now, Ekwensu is one of them. As we also have Ikenga, Amadio, and others. These are spirits. You know, when we call them in our language, you become, but you cherish Jupiter. You cherish Mars. You cherish Hercules. All these things are very good. Even they call Saint Nicholas. Nicholas the Fifth is the Pope that put us into bondage, gave Christian Portuguese, the Iberian Peninsula, the right Europeans to enslave and kill Africans that are not Christians, as we are not Christians. But today he is a saint, and you pray with in his name. Do you see why I say they programmed us to behave the way they want us to be? What we are doing here is mental revolution. You understand? Mental, we go direct and face the reality. Nicholas, you will see where maybe they celebrate Nicholas Day. Do you know Nicholas the Fifth? I said it last time. Nicholas the Fifth, the Pope Nicholas the Fifth, he gave the papal bull, the papal decree, in order to kill, to enslave Africans, to wipe them off forever and possess their possessions. What we are suffering today. He gave the Europeans power, decree, the religious power, right, in order to do what they are doing today, exploiting us, killing us. That is Nicholas. But you are praying to, when you are praying, Nicholas, they are so yora. He will without change. I'm telling you. Here we don't massage the words. We don't massage the words. If you don't like what we are doing, just simply close your radio and go and sleep. Maybe when you sleep in the dream, you can come back. You understand? Let me tell you, in Igbo cosmology, in our tradition, original tradition, Ekwensu is a trickster spirit of confusion that serves as the god or angel of bargains and the tortoise. Emambe. Ekwensu is a spirit that our people used to consult to do his own job because it's allowed. No spirit is bad. All of them do their jobs. You understand? That is our tradition. It is that Ekwensu is crafty at trade and negotiations. He is often invoked for guidance in difficult mercantile situations. Do you remember when the fallen man, Kule and Alahaji, the second part I played? Do you remember what he said? People that know us. He said that the Igbos, we are the key of unlocking this world. Do you know that? All these things the Europeans saw. Now they, when you go to a tree, they cut our hands so that we will not be able to perform the duty while we are in this world, the duty for which we are in this world of unlocking the key. And one of it is demonizing one of the weapons we are using, Ekwensu. Do you understand? Ekwensu is a trickster spirit of confusion that serves as the god, that is angel of bargains and tortoise, crafty at trade and negotiations. He is often invoked for guidance in difficult mercantile situations. He is also perceived as a spirit of violence that incites people to perform violent acts. That is who we are. Whether you like it or not, we are trying to change. It's not easy to change some things that they instituted in our minds, in our brains for ages, for close to 200 years. It's not going to be palatable. Many people will hear what I'm saying. They say, but it is life from the pit of hell. We don't want to stay where we are programmed to be. We are rebellious. This radio station, Radio Biafra London, is a revolutionary radio. where you might you listen, you say, nah, are you dreaming or what? No, you are not dreaming. That is the reality. Let me start again. Ekwensu are calling you, translate as devil. He is a trickster spirit of confusion. I'm talking according to our tradition. Confusion that serves as the god, the angel of bargains, and the tortoise, crafty at trade and negotiations. He is often invoked for guidance in difficult mercantile situations. He is also perceived as a spirit of violence that incites people to perform violent acts. His companion is Obunabali, the angel of death. Do you see that? The angel of death is an angel. It's a spirit. Some call it demon of, you call it demon or call it angel. The name you call it doesn't change anything. All that it is what it is. Finish. You understand? He kills his victims. That is this Obunabali. He kills his victims in the night. His victims are always criminals or those who have committed an unspeakable taboo. Now, when criminals are being killed through the law, because you know spiritualism, the goal is about law. It's a strict law. When you do something that merits death, they will invoke the spirit of death will come direct and do the job, because that is his job. He will do the job. That is who we are, who we were before. Before the Europeans came and brought confusion and demonizing everything, say no, this thing you are worshiping, this thing you are invoking, they know that it is working. The Europeans, they know. They are afraid. The same way they were afraid of our arrow Chukwu shrine. They call it long juju. Because it's working. Now they find one way or the other in order to demonize ourselves, demonize it so that we that are using it, we hate it. Do you see? That is division. Divide to conquer. They divide us among our brothers. They divide us, even separate us from our brothers. They even separate us from our spirits, the spirits that are doing good things from us. They made us turn against them. Do you see why our land is full of blood today? Do you understand that? Okay. We must continue. Now, note that angels or spirits are also referred to as gods or deities. You know, I said it, we always think in English. Because when you see here, oh, deities, you say, it's just gods. Deity is a god. You understand? It's a god. So, the problem most of the problems we are having is about the language. About wordings, language. You understand? These people, they brought something that is foreign to us. They say there is Lucifer, and he deceived the woman in a first woman, and this and that. And now they saw that we are also invoking all these spirits that they help us to fight them, the foreign mission, Europeans. And it is working for us. And now they smartly come to cause confusion between us and that weapon, the spirit we are using. Now they say, no, that's Satan. Is this thing you are worshiping? Is this thing you are invoking? It's Satan. So come out from it. Don't ever call it again. Go and spoil the shrine and call it it's evil. Do you see things fell apart and the center can no more hold? Let me tell you, even in the Bible, can you read? You know, we read because that is what we know.
Yeah, but Mazi, just to tell you quickly.
Okay,
the truth is that every spirit, people should go to the Google or dictionary and find out what is a messenger. A messenger is one that carries messages. So every spirit is an angel, because an angel is a messenger. That's what I wanted to bring in, because you hammered on it. Because when they talk about, they look at devil, or they call him devil, they call him Equus, whatever, he's still an angel, because it's a ministering spirit. That's what angels are called. I just wanted to bring that.
Of course. You know, I said the problem we are having is language. That's it.
Yes.
That's it. So somebody said the other time, because I could remember when I was in secondary school, I was very good in science, but at the early time, I was finding it difficult in physics. You know, at that early time. And I found out that the problem I'm having is not really the physics. Because when it comes to calculation, if I understand this, I calculate very well. Mathematics, I was very, very good. But all this, there are some wordings, big words. Grammar.
The grammar.
Density. Acceleration. This one, I cannot understand it. Because I want to first of all understand it now before anything. But even my teacher, he understands. He's a very good man. He understands that my problem is the grammar they are using. He said, but why are you are very bright everywhere, but when it comes to this, you go low. Why? I understand this grammar. Now he started from scratch. He gave me the idea, take your dictionary first. Now start, when they talk about this, go and look for what is density. Now he will explain it to you in a primary way so that you understand it. That is, now I caught up immediately. I started understanding because of the grammar. So why am I bringing this? The problem we are having is just the language, nothing more. There are, just like you call countryside in America, isn't it? But when you come to Nigeria, you say it's village. It sounds very primitive, but it's the same thing, the same meaning. So we have problem in language. That is the worst part of it. Had it been at the early time, our people were wise in order to maintain our language at all levels, to use our language in the government. In the parliament, we speak Igbo language in the parliament. In schools, we insist on using Igbo to speak, to teach science. It would have been another story altogether, a better story. Just like the Japanese. The Arabs, they learn science, but in Arabic. The Japanese, they learn science and technology, but with Japanese. Do you understand? They smartly, anything that any wording that comes up, or new technology wording that comes up today, they smartly gather together and find a word that suits it. Not Europeans coming to tell them, no, this is what it means. This is what, no, they find out in their own, by themselves. That is what we failed to do. And it is haunting us today. So before you become an engineer, you must first of all be fluent in English. It is hurting us. We should be the most intelligent people. Just tell an American to first of all use Igbo to read, study medicine. Tell a British citizen, say, now you study medicine with Swahili. You know how difficult, the hell we are passing through, and we are enduring it. They put us in a very big cage. I'm telling you, this is a process. It's not going to come out today, but little by little we are doing our own bidding. We are contributing in order to liberate ourselves from this cage we are in. So let me continue. Let's go to because I said that angels, as you have explained, angels are spirits, are also referred to as gods or deities. Even in the Bible, Genesis chapter 18 verse 13, where Abraham received the three spirits in human forms, they call him angels. They call those people, they call them Lord. The Bible called them Lord, and Abraham even worshipped them. Those, according to Bible story, you understand me? Abraham even worshipped them, bowed down and did obeisance and worshipped them, and called them my Lord. They are referred to as God also. He's Lord. So they are deities, but in human form. So when we talk about spirits, our deities, you believe it is something. Oh, no, don't say it's ROC. No. It's misunderstanding because of ignorance. That is it. So if you go to Genesis chapter 18 verse 13, you read it. Even you can start from Abraham. That is where they announced to Abraham that Abraham, that his wife will born. That after they started going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, all those things. That is it. Now, the European missionaries, in order to break and conquer both our spiritual mental and physical power of resistance against them. They smartly taught the early Igbo Christian converts that their Satan in the Bible, which they brought with them, is this our Ekwensu, which we invoke for craftiness and resistance. You know, one of the abilities of the Illuminati, you know, wise people, the ability to control, use, manipulate even spirits to do their biddings is a credit. It's not bad thing. That was the wisdom God gave to Solomon. You understand? Because Solomon is one of the pioneers of Illuminati. Let me tell you. That is why today Kabbalah is in Jerusalem. Kabbalah Foundation. You don't know what it means. These are Illuminati and all the rest. The capital is in Israel. So there are many things you don't know. But our people had the ability to manipulate spirits, invoke on spirits, in order to do some biddings that we could not as human beings. And it happens. But the Europeans smartly, they now turned us against all those things. Do you see how smart they are? So that we start fighting them. You understand? And the effort that is multiplying in our land today is they are fighting back. Do you understand? They remove themselves from us. Okay, you people. Now the Europeans have power. These are people. They are you see them, but you don't know. So when they call us, they say, "Oh, we didn't know what is Satan before." Ekwensu is one of our deities, like Ikenga, Matthew, and many others. Obunabali, all of them. We use them when there is need for any of them. Do you understand me? Okay. It was then translated into the Igbo Bible as Satan, and we started demonizing our very important weapon, Ekwensu. The goal of Europeans' influence was to easily colonize us as a people, forcing us to be fearful of something that was used for our benefits. Originally, Ekwensu was highly honored as one of the benevolent lunar deities. Do you understand? Okay. Now, I want to quote another place, please, for you to understand more. That there is no, this Satan, they talk, this and that. It is them that brought it. Even in the Bible, go to the book of 1 Samuel, 1 Samuel chapter 18. Because I will quote all these ones, the one we can understand. If I start quoting the book of Brahma, you cannot understand it. So please, let us go to the book of, what do you call it? 1 Samuel chapter 18. Please. 1 Samuel chapter 18, verse 10. 1 Samuel chapter 18, verse 10, please. 18, verse 10. Okay. Now, do you know what he says there? Listen, let me read it. And it came to pass on the morrow that the evil spirit from God came upon Saul. I rest my case. Let us go again. The 1 Samuel chapter 19, verse 9. Which means evil spirit also came from God. That is what I'm telling you. It depends on how you address it. It's human being that address it is evil or this and that. He does his job. Every spirit does his job. It's you now in this planet that depending on how you understand, you call it a good spirit or evil spirit. Because when we invoke Ekwensu and we do the bidding, our bidding against our enemies, those our enemies will be annoyed and say, evil spirit have attacked them. But for us, it is a good spirit. Do you understand? That is why the European missionaries, they convince us. They intimidated us, taught us to hate something that is good for us. Say that it is evil. Because we can use it against them. Do you know what the ekumekus we are using? It's all these things. And they saw that, look, this thing is, we need to thwart these people. Because as I said, when you use the one spirit against a set of people, Now, those people will not be happy. They will call it one bad spirit to come and attack us. But for us, it is our good spirit that we send. Do you see that? Now,
Mazi, before you leave the Bible, can you please read the book of Isaiah?
No, let me. I will allow just 1 minute. 1 minute. Let me read the second one. In fact, I read the first Samuel chapter 18, verse 10. Now, okay.
Yeah, but I want to read it. When you finish, I'll give it to you to read because I'm still eating, please.
Okay. Now, First Samuel, also First Samuel chapter 19, verse 9. It says the same thing. Chapter 19, verse 9. It says, "And the evil spirit from the Lord was upon Saul again. And he sat in his house with his javelin in his hand, and David played with his hand." So it's two places. Evil spirit from the Lord. Now, who are you to call Satan? This and that. Where Satan used to go in the presence of God, according to the Bible story, and play with God. Now, where are you coming from? Now, I said, now I'm moving around. You know me now. Now, wow. He said, "Have you seen my servant Job? Go and anything you want to do." But he is sending him on a mission because that is his job. For you can call him evil spirit, but it's from God. Do you understand that? So, what am I trying to say? Who are you as a human being to come and demonize the spirits that we are using for that is helping us? A time of war, we invoke it. It will go and do something. It will help us to do something. Time of business and negotiation, we call it, do some practical things, and it will help us to get sense in order to negotiate, in order to do some businesses. It helps us as a trickster. And you are calling it Satan. What do you want to say? Please go on.
I just would like you to add this chapter, Isaiah, the book of Isaiah, chapter 45, verse 7. Please read it.
Isaiah chapter 45. Okay, today, chapter 45.
Yeah. And no, man, to add to what you just brought in.
Chapter
please.
45, verse what?
7. He will lay the foundation of evil,
Okay.
please, or devil.
Okay.
Please.
I form the light and I create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Okay.
Who is talking? Who was talking? God.
No. You see,
and people are saying kill devil. I wanted to bring that man.
What that you see? We are every day as I'm talking. Maybe some are in the church now, binding devil, casting it, killing it, die by fire. Who are you? Who are you? Instead, this we should emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. The people, the whites, the people, the Europeans, they push us into pursuing shadows. Do you understand? And they are progressing. They are doing their thing, manipulating their thing, and going advancing. They left us and said, they said no, Pope, we're on catechism. Kpekwere ndị na-amaghị Chukwu ekpere, ndị Russia na-amaghị Chukwu, chetenu ha na ekpere, chetenu Nicholas dị asọ ka o mee ka onye ọnụ na-adịghị. After that, they will be laughing. They keep you in darkness and in ignorance. It is high time we liberate ourselves. That is what we preach here. You might not see it as palatable, but that is the reality. There is no spirit. You have no right to even say this spirit is Ekwensu, is bad. Do you know that there are towns in our place they call Ekwensu? Do you know that? Did they start today? It's right from time. Right from time, that village is called Ekwensu. Do you know that? If it is something bad, do you think that they will be called Ekwensu? It's in, I think, in Abia State or in Ebony. Do you know that? So why should we always be, we are ignorant. That ignorance is what we are trying to remove. Some people might be saying, no, this is not about Biafra restoration. Come on, this is the most important part of the restoration, restoring our brain, our values. Without our value, we cannot develop, let me tell you. And without going back to our value, upholding and cherishing our value, there is no way we can develop solely on foreign based values. It is impossible. It is impossible. We can learn and absorb things. That is the rule of the world. We absorb. Look at the things they collected from our land. Look at it. They put it in museums in America, in Europe, many European countries. Do you think that they keep it there just like that? They have studied it, studied the civilization that brought that we are able to make this. How this was done. They studied it and they tap from that energy. But you are there casting out demon. Where they push you to be. Look at you, you are killing the. Look, I ask people, I say, Satan die by fire, die by fire. For how many years? If God cannot kill Satan, it is you. He pursued Satan, he came down to heaven. Is it not? According to the according to the story. Because sometimes all these things doesn't make any sense to me. Now it is you that will start binding devil and killing it. Look at you. They programmed us in order to remain in a mess, fighting round and round. You know, when you are boxing A, they put you in a cage. Say, continue boxing A. You continue boxing. If you are feeling tired, they give you glucose and tell you, say, remember, pray for the peace of Jerusalem. If you don't, peace of Jerusalem, you don't have peace in your village. You don't have security in your village. You come out, they kill you, or they kidnap you. They say the key to peace in your village is praying for people that have nuclear weapons. Don't you see that we are put inside a cage? That is that cage we are trying to remove ourselves from. It is not palatable, but it is the reality. One, I don't know whether you have finished. You want to come in before I continue to the second part.
I am coming now, Mazi.
Please
go
on.
I'm just going to highlight one or two things you have been saying. You know, like always, you bring in a whole lot. You know, like what we're doing, talking about our values. There was a tape I think you played when you were starting. The truth of the matter is that our values, our cultures, a combination of a whole lot of things, the environment and our interactions with nature. That's how we get inspired to what our cultures become. So any society that have lost their culture have a problem. They have lost who they are. So, and like you said, an example is this. Because after yesterday, I went and tried and checked the Yorubas too. You find out that these Fulanis have been systematically constant in their quest. The same thing they did with the Hausas was what they did with the Yorubas. Yorubas have one of the finest craft before they come in contact with the Fulani. Why am I stressing this point? Because our people, for some reason, are not getting the battle we're in. They're not getting it. They think it's a joke. What is happening in Hamufu now, or around the Hamufu, is a tip of the iceberg. Now, when they come, everybody runs. It's not easy to run and come back. Never. So this is how they start their conquest. I think what is happening to us is that some of us think that you will see a whole bunch of Fulani herdsmen that will come and invade a community at a time. That's not the strategy. That's not how they roll. What they're doing now is how they do it. They will chase these particular people, they will run to another place. When they occupy this place, they run to another place. And they have no interest in advancing mankind. Because all they want to do is control. Look at what they have done with the Hausa. Total domination. Yorubas are totally dominated now, but they don't know it. What did they use? Instrument of what? This religion called Islamic religion. This is their main tool or weapon they're using to colonize or to conquer, not colonization this time, to conquer the indigenous people of Nigeria, or that location called Nigeria. Look at what is happening now with Tinubu. It's intentional. They forced him to take that. This is my own deduction. They must have given him conditions that he must take this radical. He calls his deputy or potential vice president, because they have a game plan for him. That's why they allowed him, and he can't say no. So even if he becomes the president, they will continue to pull the string. He will be just a stooge. That's who he's going to be. So we must understand what these people are doing. They're not playing with us. But let's go back. Why we are telling our people that Biafran project is a must. If we must survive as a group, if we must survive as a community, if we must survive as a tribe. Now, when it comes to our culture, what you're talking about, you talk about our masquerade, they will say it's evil. But in America here, they have festivals. It's okay. Both the Christians go, everybody will go and participate. They call it cultural festivals. They are allowed. In fact, they are promoted. You talk about our deities, they are evil. But when you come in here, they even have a day set up they call Halloween, when they worship and relish every spirit. Well, everything I'm saying, go and check the origination or the how Halloween came. It's a festival that came from Britain. It's the day the spirits interact with the living. Now it is finding its way into Christian church, because on Halloween day, Christians will now start saying, let's buy our own candy, let's do our own Halloween in a Christian way. Why am I invoking this? Because that is how some of these festivals, if not all the festivals the Christians are celebrating, came to play. There is nowhere in the Bible you find this festival they call the Christmas. Christmas was a pagan festival, a Roman pagan festival that was brought into Christendom. That day they celebrate Christmas is the day that the pagans were, what they call pagan, that is the traditional religion of the Romans. That's the day they set aside for the sun god. That's the day they celebrate the sun god. Everything I'm saying, you can check it. You can check it. The same thing with Easter. There is nowhere in the Bible you will see that word Easter. Rather, Easter is what you see, Esther. Now, what is Easter? The original name is Esther. Esther was or is a goddess. Goddess of spring. Goddess of fertility. That is why it's celebrated at the time it's celebrated. When life begins to come back. What do you mean? Now, it's taken from the culture of the Europeans. Because that is when winter is going down and spring is coming up. So it's the goddess of the spring. The goddess that brings life. That is why they wove it into Christianity. Then tell you that Jesus Christ resurrected. I'm not arguing whether he resurrected or not. But it's the same principle that applies, that he resurrected and brought new life. Because they don't want to tell people the truth. These are the deceptions that are wove into Christianity. What my people are carrying and parading everywhere. But let's look at these people that brought this religion to us. They are not even practicing it the way we are carrying it. They are all secular countries. They are not religious countries. Because the last time I checked, these two religions, Islamic religion and most Christian religion, they are purely for conquest. I have not seen any state, any country today that is running on Islamic, pure Islamic principles, have no secular laws, and then adhere to what they are preaching to them in Nigeria and have advancement. A Muslim is not smart because he's a Muslim. No. A Christian is not smart because you're a Christian. No. You are already wired to be smart before you embrace your religion. People must understand this, because they argue with you that every good thing comes from God. I understand. If you believe there is God, I'm not disputing that, but it is not because you embrace a particular religion that have made you to be a good person or a bad person, or, because it is your environment, your upbringing, the things you come in contact with, which we call nature, that shapes you to become who you are. That is what is happening in that contraction called Nigeria. That is why, because people have they have used these two religions to constrict people, to set a standard on how far people can think. Because everything of life comes through the mind. out of the mind are issues of life. So because people, this standard have been raised strongly by these two religions, and people who adhere to them, they are caged, they are not exercising their mind, so they are limited in their potentials. That's what has crippled that place. That is why we are fighting, so that our people can look beyond these two religions. We are not asking anybody not to worship whomever they want or whatever they want to worship. There's only one God anyway. But there are many lords, but there's only one God. Even when you go to Christian Bible, I'm going to touch that a little bit. There are many laws that govern localities, communities. You know, every square inch is governed by laws in the spiritual realm. So anybody is free. But what we are advocating here is this: we must exercise our minds beyond religion, because that's the only way we can make headway. Even when we are talking about the Biafran project, unless we think beyond these two religions or any religion at all, we may not be able to really understand what we're talking about, because they come up with this deception in this religion telling you that you don't have to worry about this physical head, you don't have to do anything, just sit down, lay low, Jesus is coming and your place is heaven. But the argument I ask these people, and one of the arguments I make is this: if I believe in this your concept, in this your religion, the way you want it to be, which will make me a born again, why are you asking me every day to help you? Why are you asking me to go and work, pursue the accumulation of wealth on the physical earth, and then come and help you out with that money? I have a problem with that. And when you ask them that question, they will say you're wicked, because they are not reasoning. Now,
just one point here. 1 second. You know, let me tell you, religious people, they don't like to engage in sensible, commonsensical argument. They cannot argue, they cannot debate. No. You know, whenever you bring something that makes sense, they shy away from it and turn. Before you know, they can say you are a demon even. They start finding demon. That is how they have been programmed. Go on, one other, please go.
Because they have been caged not to exercise their mind. That's the point. That is why I brought this Isaiah 45, verse 7. The God you're talking about, every day you go to church, you're asking God to kill Satan. You're asking God to kill devil. You're asking God. Meanwhile, God is telling you, I created him. And even in the so-called Bible, you people acknowledge that God gave him enormous amount of power. And God never removed anyone from him. Ask yourself, if God felt it needed to kill Satan, he created him, don't you think that he would have killed him? And you, mortal man, is the one that is asking God to kill him. Meanwhile, God uses him at his disposal whenever he wants. He uses him. Because you guys are saying that God sits at the right hand of Jesus is sitting at the right hand of God, interceding on our behalf. Well, who is sitting on God's left hand? He's devil. Because something has to be there if they're qualifying the right hand. Because again, the Bible will tell you that when God wants to bless, he will raise his right hand. But when God wants to curse, he will lift his left hand. So devil is sitting there, right there with God, and God is using him. And then a mortal person is telling God to kill devil, because we are the ones to advise God right now. But let me go to something else, and I think that is important. I think you invoked it a little bit. I don't know whether you know how you touched it. You touched about Kabbalah. I have an in-depth knowledge about Kabbalah. I think, you know, I'm going to stop. I'm not going to go for that and just saying I have an in-depth knowledge of Kabbalah. It's one of the secret weapons of the Jews up to today. When you're talking about Kabbalah, one of the principal factors of Kabbalah are numbers. Now, the cell phone or internet or network we are using, the question I want to ask our people, because they want devil to die, according to the Bible, devil is the prince of the air. That is the medium through which he travels. That's what I'm trying to tell you there. Now we are using cell phone, we are using internet, The argument I have made, I continue to make, even I made it with a couple 2 days ago, through which medium are these informations flowing through? Air. Air. And the spirit of air is who? Satan, devil, Lucifer, whatever you call him, according to your Bible. So now let's talk about Kabbalah. Just like you have the cell phone, I took a little bit course on, because they make you take that in America here when you go into school. They introduce you to network, foundational level of IT. You must know it because, that's when they want to make sure that everybody is computer literate. At least you can be able to go in and do 1 or 2 things. So you must take it as a course. At least 101. So I was exposed to this thing. It was fascinating to me because the way my mind goes is, most of the things I'm introduced to, I begin to weave it to understand or use it to understand spiritual concepts. The force or the main thing that makes internet and cell phone or any to work is 2 numbers. I'm going there because in Kabbalah, zeros and ones, number 1 and 0. Everything written on internet, every information functioning on internet or your cell phone are being coded with these 2 numbers, 0 and 1. Do we see it then? No. So when a software developer or coder is coding it, it depends on the placement, how he places the numbers. That's how we receive it. When they read the software, then you have the, inside your system, what is going to translate it, and that's what I'm going to use for us to understand it, and bring those coded information for you and I to read them as words. Why am I bringing this? Because as far as Kabbalah is concerned, every single word is a living entity. Every spoken word is a living entity. Every number is a living entity. I'm not teaching this now because it's a deep spiritual concept. So why am I saying this? Our ancestors, that's where I'm going back because you reference it too. When you check, just like I checked yesterday, when you check the houses, what they practice, their religion, their traditional religion, when we look at the word Hausa, these are the Hausa speaking people, because when you come to Hausa speaking people, they have different tribes, just like you mentioned, many tribes. The only thing that I heard them together, that they spoke that they can communicate in that common language called Hausa, even though when it comes to their tribal level, they have their own tribal dialect. Now, before Islamic religion hit them, their worship was spiritual worship. They were dealing with these things we are calling out. They were able to manipulate the spirits because they believe that these spirits can live in the woods or living things, human beings. So they had some houses that still practicing it today. That is why some of them are able to do what? They can manipulate animals to shut their mouth down. You can see an outside person carrying hyenas, even lions, playing with them, because there are leaves they will give them. They bring them together and then give it to them. Those animals will not do anything. They tame them. These are knowledge. These are sciences. Because this is pure science. If you call medicine science, it is our own science. They knew and mastered this craft before Islamic religion came. We're not more than for your broad Islamic religion. Just systematically, they are trying to do today. They begin to tell them that what they were practicing was evil. Because the whole aim was, Ottoman Empire was to what? Conquer their God. Once they were able to abandon their God and embrace this religion, it was game over for the Hausa people. And he did it by what? Divide and rule, because the Hausas were having community rivalries, fighting one another. Now they came to the Yorubas. I researched a little bit the Yorubas. I found out the same thing. Before Islamic religion or Christian religion came into Yoruba land, Duduwa land, they were doing the same thing. They were masters in craft too. Carvings. and other things they were doing. And I said, what was their religion? Your religion is what you call, is it Oshiri, Oshe? This thing you see, their traditional religion. And the same concept, they were manipulating spirits. It was spiritual, spirit worship they were doing. And I invoked it a little bit 2 days ago, but that is why I went to find, to make sure that I'm sure of what I was speaking about. Anytime you go to Yoruba church and you call it spiritual church, that's what they're really practicing. What they have cleverly done is trying to blend, or they have blended, those people have blended their traditional religion with the Western religion. This is where we are beating hands down. And if you go at the era they were practicing their spirituality, they were doing exploit when it comes to civilization. They were ahead, or even the Western civilization. You come to us is the same concept. That was why I asked the question, because even there's a place around my place that is called Uzu Opiegbe, some Nkwere Opiegbe. Oh, here Jimana. All they did have a Opiegbe, Ipiegbe, manufacture gone. Oh, here Jimana didn't put. There's nobody in Nkwere that even knows how to do it. But before the contact with Christianity, these people were, can you imagine if they have continued? Oka have continued. Do you know the kind of weapon they would have came up with now? Because they were even ahead of the Western civilization.
That is the way even industrialization happened in Europe. They continue, ameliorating what the ancestors knew. Little by little, they continue adding. The son will grow up and add something to what his father was doing, just like that, until that is the way they are where they are today. But in our own, we are part of everything. Father God, please.
Mazi, let me give you an example of what you just said now. I shared it with somebody about 1 month ago, 2 months ago. I said, when we talk about why people here in America have accumulated wealth, their children are proud, I said, you don't blame them so much. I said, pay attention. These wealth have been in the family for years. You will see a family business 100 years, 150 years, 200 years. When you go back and revisit when this business started, let me use grocery stores, for example. It started as somebody selling in a kiosk. Mom and pop store, that's what they call it here. Where their child or children went to school. When they will come back, they will go back to that business. Instead of now being the mom and pop store their father was running, they will take it to the level of what? Supermarket. The next generation, if these ones were not able to convert it to chain store, will take it to chain store. By the time you get to third generation, the third generation doesn't have to do anything. The money has been accumulated. That's how invention comes. When it's passing through without any break, generation to generation, because there is something in their lineage. There's a potential, spiritual potential or gift, whatever you call it, in that potential, you call it a gift, that is in that bloodline that made them to be expert on that particular thing they're doing. This is where I was trying to establish with those two things. That I don't think it started as a bad thing. There was a reason why they were made custodians of our deities. There was a reason, So, but it's supposed to evolve to better. You begin as it's evolving, you're removing the things that are not good or the things that are making the thing not perfect, and continue to perfect it. Even the cell phone we're using today, when cell phone came out, it was first of all, they started with one big giant thing. They reduced it to small one, flip-flop. Look at where we are now, because they continue to bend these transistors. Even the first computer, when it first came out, it was big, like a whole house. Look at now, we can hold it in our palms. Because they continued to look at it, make improvement, remove the things that were needed and the things, new inspiration that are coming. This is one of the things we are lacking, because the environment is not promoting these things. The environment is denying us all these things. That is why you can take a black man from where they are, put them in another civilized country where they have the threshold, they blows up. The argument becomes, is the problem because I know we have our behavioral problem, but I'm talking about now pure ability to be creative or be smart. So the problem is not that a black man is dumb. The problem is not that a black man is created to be stupid. The problem is the environment. These things that have been put in place intentionally, and the major one is religion. These two religions, take it or lump it. They were intentionally set in place to cage people to the limit they can go. And then the other ones they call their daddy Jews or whatever, or the politicians, are those who understood the game, continue to play the game, using it to stand on top of each other, every other person. That's the game we are dealing in Nigeria today, or in Africa in general. So that is what we are trying to educate us here, to understand that we are wired to do great things. We are not stupid. We are not dumb. White person is not smarter than you because of their color. It's because they have embraced certain principles, because they allow themselves to think freely, because they have realized that consistency and maintenance of an idea is the key. They have realized that you cannot be following a concept when it doesn't even pay you or does not improve your life. They have realized that I will not allow somebody else to dictate my future, that I have the ability, I have the right, just like the next politicians on my side, just like the reverend father or reverend sister or pastor or whomever on my right hand side, think they have the right to assess if there's anything like call God. I have the same right. And that I should not be allowing them to define or dictate my future. I must take my future into my hands. These are the things that separate the Western civilization and where we are. And again, we must know that when you look at a society, the elite of a society tells you the behavior of the general population. Because why am I saying this? The one I'm about to say now will pivot into the concept of elect this person, elect that person, they will change. No, they're not going to change anything. And the arguments I'll bring are two arguments before I use back to you, Mazi, are these. One, what is happening to Nigeria is a systematic concept that was intentionally set in place to put people in bondage. And again, like I said, one of the major factors is religiosity, making us to have this high that all is okay, somebody is coming down from heaven to rescue us. Number two thing is this: the people you're bringing out, or people we are condemning, people we are judging, these elites, these so-called politicians, they came from among us. They were one of us. So unless you change the psychology and philosophy of the population, you are still going to pull the same death from the same population, because the population is rotten and messed up. That's what you will see, because there are questions we've been asking, Mazi. Why is it that these people, the Stockholm syndrome, how did we get to Stockholm syndrome? Because these people are thinking alike. That is why you will see somebody that will make promises to you, and then you vote him in. He negates the promises. He doesn't even give a hoot about you. But anytime you see him, you lay down, you worship, you reverence him, because you know that if you're put in that same position, you will do exactly the same thing. That is why they don't see it as a bad thing. No matter what you and I are saying, hitting our head on the ground. That is why we are preaching these messages. Even this Ohamufu thing that is happening, that is around where we have this problem that the Fulani are coming in. Mazi, was it not long ago? It wasn't even long ago. I believe if not, but you will see it happen again. They will come at our mother. These are same mother that came out in blacks now, crying that their children are being slaughtered. Kudos to them, I agree. But I have a question for them. if the presidential candidate comes today in that place, if any of these politicians that have kept deaf ears, now that their children are being slaughtered, they have not made a statement, they don't care, they have a chief there, they have all the LGs there, they have men of assembly, women of assembly there, they have governors, nobody has said anything, nobody has sent help to them, they are now screaming and yelling, IPOB, IPOB, come to their help. My question to them, I hope they answer me, is this: is any one of them come to their locality? Come to their locality. Will these my fellow mothers not tie their two wrapper and go and sing in bongo no their amma? This is the problem. Because as long as you continue to give your captor or your slave master the impression that it's okay, why would the person change? So he says something loud. Majority of the population, that's how they think. Because that's why the only way they can cherish it. That's the only way. So, getting back again, and I'm going to yield to Kabbalah, or numbers, or the spirit, or the worship of the ancestral spirits. Yes, we are humans. I believe strongly there's a spiritual dimension. And unless you pay attention, that's the word I use. You pay attention, you cannot be inspired by them, because even when they're inspiring you, how are you going to understand? Let me put it this way. If one of us who believe in Jesus strongly, and I don't have a problem with them, but I want to throw a question to them. They have a dream, because you know everybody dreams. They have a dream, and their father comes as a messenger, because God will only use what you're familiar with to release a message to you from the spiritual realm. And then this person comes to give you a message, because it's in black, it's a black person, and says, I am so person. They have come to deliver a message to you. Will they accept it? The answer will be no. Whether they wake up and say that devil visited them. What am I saying there? That even if our ancestors come to inspire some of us, we'll reject it. Because our mind has been so corrupted that everything that looks like us is devilish, is evil, cannot be good. And these are one of the crusades we are carrying on to let us know that there is nothing wrong with us. We are just deceived. The white man that is you're talking about, some of us are better than them. If you go and look at the inventions that have happened so far, majority of people that came up with the concept, we are blacks. But because we have allowed ourselves to be emasculated, I want to say, and everything that made us who we are have been removed from us, and we have accepted it. That is why we have this level of inferiority complex. And that is what has kept us where we are. Even in Nigeria, we talk about today. Igbo man was known for his greatness, his mind, his great mind, his entrepreneurship. But what did they do after the war? They gave them 20 pounds. That started what? Scrambling for identity profiling. Everybody started to make sure that they use that $20, 20 naira I meant to say, or 20 pounds to scramble. So now the journey no more was, our life journey was no more, it's no more about collective or communal effort. It's all about individualism, because you have to survive on the 20 pounds. So this is the things we are talking about, that we must go and think deep inside. The rediscover who we were. It's not just about myself. I'm not a believer on the Isioki or whatever. That's not spiritualism, because our ancestors did not practice that. So when we're talking about our values, it extends to a lot of things. Our way of life, the crafts where our ancestors embarked. My grandfather was a sculptor. My grandfather na banker. My father, you know, none of us in my family na banker. That energy is still there. You cannot take it away. It might try to express itself from through another way. So we must go back and rediscover ourselves. That's what we are trying to bring in here. You know, that's the journey we are in. So, Mazi, I'm going to yield here. I've touched a whole lot of prayer.
Of course. Of course you have.
I'm going to yield for you to come in, and then I can come back and we take it from there, Mazi.
You have said it all, honestly. There's something you touched about the continuity. You know, this is a very big problem in our land. In our land. As you mentioned, if, for example, Mercedes that was started at 19th century, 1800s, had it been after the death of the original man, others, the siblings didn't continue it, you wouldn't have had Mercedes today. Today, everybody, I want 2023 model G-Wagon Mercedes. Is a product of continuity, for goodness sake. How many businesses you see in our land today? This is a question. That people started say, no, this business was started by my grandfather, and they passed to the father, and from the father it passed to me, and it's still going on. All we want is immediate money. Oh, nah. We are a confused set of people, honestly. You will see white people that are their business, they will tell you it's over 500 years back. I'm telling you, they continue. Or every generation will come and ameliorate, better it, more. Now, before you know, it becomes big. Our land, what they
because even when we think about it, like, our environment is different from the white man's environment.
Of course.
I remember when I was going to school.
Of course.
There is something Iba Ude, okay? Which was, you prepare you to do the roofing of the houses, okay? Okay. Now we have even my typing of wine, all those things he do. What I'm trying to bring out here is this, Mazi. When you talk about invention is like a it's a book that has many chapters. Okay? This is what I have understood about invention. Or anything you're coming into. The biggest problem is opening that book. Once you open that book and begin to read it, you begin to see new ideas will start coming to improve on that story. That's your invention. There is nothing on earth that started from the best, the finest part of it, or the finest product of it. It starts from even something you look at, you will laugh at it. But just because somebody is consistent, you continue to look at that thing as you're playing with that thing, or tinkering with that thing, or manipulating that thing, you begin to see flaws. As now your brain will begin to open, your mind will begin to open and begin to tell you, do it. Even this thing we are doing, this thing you and I are doing, Mazi, or this broadcast people are doing on this thing, on this platform. If you pay attention, Mazi, especially somebody who comes in a way, Mazi, Peter, all of us. Deliver the message in the form of like lecturing. You're not giving news, you are giving lectures. Anybody that is paying attention will be drawing from, as you guys are speaking, you always hear me, you provoke my mind. Because I was not thinking about that thing. I never saw that thing from that perspective. But because you say something that will strike my mind, immediately that thought will open in my head. I'll start pursuing it. That's how things come. So that is why if you don't engage your mind, nothing will happen. And even when you engage your mind and that first bang, I call it the first bang or the first spark hits you, chase that thing. As you continue to go, more ideas will be coming in. But our own is, we are like Asia. By the time we think you have an inclination, we run with it. We don't stay. We don't pay attention. We don't pursue it. We lose it. Because what? We stop engaging our mind. And that thing becomes dormant. Stagnant, I rather say. So, continuity. Even when I went, the last time I traveled to Nigeria, I wept. But some houses I saw, the paint they had on them when they were built many years ago, that same paint was on the paint, and you see the paint has peeled. The outside of the house is looking nasty. We don't believe in innovation. We don't believe in maintenance. So it's a behavior. We rather be stuck with that thing. We are stuck. We get, once we think we have achieved something, we get stuck. This is one of the things we must pay attention to. That is why you see some people continue to tell Mazi or Hamadike, this is not how to do it. Because they're still stuck in the old ways and old mind. They're not getting themselves open to see that there are more ways, better ways, because what you have been doing the same thing, you're getting the same result. But because they are afraid to lose, they think they're losing what they have. They don't know that when you lose what you have, the tendency for you to get something better and greater is higher. You cannot get something new or improve on something without losing the first concept. It's an ideology. Even it's in the Bible. If you go to the book of 1 Corinthians, go to chapter 15, verse 50, it will tell you that nobody will enter this kingdom of God, that's telling them, unless you first die. You have to lose your life. He said even those who are still in physical must lose their physical flesh before they can enter, because it's a spiritual war. When you go to the beginning of that chapter, that verse, the chapter I meant to say, it's going to tell you that no grain will come back and produce more seed without first falling on the ground and die. What am I saying? I'm trying to use this again too, because this is one of the things that is holding us. A lot of us are afraid of losing that which we are holding that we think is so precious. Because of that, we are not opening our minds to try something new, to engage our minds, to improve on that we have. Let me use that, I think it's a better qualification. Because when you are trying to improve on the old things, by the time you finish, you're able to come up with a new mindset and improve on that thing. That means the old thing is there. And because you're building on something that was already existing, what you're going to come up with that is going to be acceptable must be better than the thing you had on you before. That's advancement. But as long as you're scared, which is the concept of Africans and Nigeria, they want to continue with the old way. Tell me why somebody like Tinubu at his age should be contesting for election with his health issues. Tell me why somebody like Atiku, who has tried so many times, and nobody is saying, I can tell me what he did. Tell me what Peter Obi can tell me what Peter Obi has done for Anambra. Because if he's claiming he has done so good or he did so good, why is he not running on his, this thing, his whatever he did? Why is he not running on it? He's running. He doesn't want to talk about his past activities. Why is he not running on it if he has done so good? But these people will not ask the question. You know what they will tell you? The devil I know is better than the angel I do not know. And I disagree. I disagree. What is new will improve what you have. If not, you're stagnant. The angel I do not know is better than the devil I know. Because that's an advancement. If not, I'm stuck. And as long as I'm stuck, other people are moving forward, I'm going to be left behind. These are one of the things we are suffering from. God bless you, Mazi.
Let me continue. Remember, we are talking about upholding our values. And before I open the lines, let me continue a bit. Under understanding our civilization and education. Now, there is something we call Nswala. They call it Nswani in Anambra, but we call it Nswala. It's something dialectically in our dialect. Nsọala in Igbo cosmology means acts repulsive to the mother earth. Acts repulsive to the mother earth. When we talk about this Nsọala, it is simply a crime. Nsọala simply is they are crimes against the land. How can you commit crime against the land? Are you going to take knife and start, if you are digging the land, you are committing crime against the land? No. It is crime committed against the people, against your fellow human being. We call it Nsọala because Allah is, the land is what joins, so everybody steps on the land. It joins us together. You understand? So, murder, for example, murder or manslaughter. Incest, incest is sleeping with your sibling. It's a abomination in our value. Bearing false witness, going to farm or farms on a particular market day, like in our place is a kede, a kuku. When you see all these things, you will not understand. But you don't go to work on Sunday, do you? It's a resting day. Everything is complete in our value, in our tradition, in our culture. But because we are ignorant, we don't understand. According to our tradition, on Eke day, some Ekuku, because Ekuku in our own, you don't go to farm. And farming is the main business, just like the government work of everybody. You can go to you can go to sell in the market, no problem. But to go to work, because in that olden time, farming is something that fits everybody. Farming is a work, just a general work. Everybody must be engaged in farming in the olden days. So that work, you don't go to it. You can go to stream or go to play or go to one thing or the other, but farming no way. So it is just like today. On Sundays, weekends, you go and refresh yourself. You don't go to work. You can go and sell in your market. You can go, but government, you cannot send, for example, say you are going to look for documents, any type of document, paper on Sunday. It is impossible because officially that day is off. Do you see how our own value works also? When you correspond it to today's value, to what we are doing. Now, I'm talking about Nsọala. You see, adultery, sleeping with another person's husband or wife, suicide, abusing or disrespecting your parents or elders, destroying other people's goods or properties, shifting of land borders, pedophilia, etc. are Nsọala. Do you understand? These are repulsive acts that are forbidden in our land. And when it happens, the person involved in it should cleanse the land. All this should be the basis for the laws in our civilization. All this, is there anywhere they tell you in our value that go and kill? No, it's punishable. Is it not what the law, from the basis you get all these laws, on all the laws normally? But people don't understand. There are many details that you normally make laws according to the values of the people. But look at today, the Nigeria we are in. Let me tell you, we are amalgamated first with people that have different they are allowed to marry even 12-year, 11-year-old girl. But it is a taboo in our land. Do you see how Nigeria is hurting us? Do you see how all these things are not our value? And if we continue in Nigeria, they will try to imbibe. Our people will learn bad things very easily. They will push us into unconsciously imbibing in all those values that are very, very bad crimes in our land. And you see, I know Meral. Do you understand? So, when all these things are done, I mean, any acts, all these are crimes. Extortion is a crime. They are repulsive acts that are forbidden in our land, and when it happens, the person involved in it should cleanse the land. That is equal. All these should be the basis for laws in our civilization. But the Europeans, through their Christian religion, made us to accept that there is no need for this cultural penance. That is equal. There is no need. They even demonized and labeled it idol worshipping. When you are doing something that our value, our culture maintains that you should do, they say it is idol worshipping. Rather, they force us to believe that once you become a Christian, even if you're a criminal, you are saved by grace. Only by grace. You are saved by grace. All things have passed away. Do you see how they cleverly made things easy so that for you to engage in it and say, all those ones that I'm doing in our own, which means I'm suffering myself, this is the easiest part. Just change and say, I believe. Finish. You are saved. Don't you see that there is something terribly wrong? They say you only need to confess your crimes to the Reverend Father, who gives you penance and intercedes for you. Do you see where they started dealing with us? First, they started knowing our secrets individually. From there, because you have to go, you have to go and confess your sins. When you confess, the Reverend Father knows. So if you want to blackmail you, it is easy. He will tell you that, if you don't come to church again, I will review what you did. What will you do? You will come and be obedient. This is the beginning of the destruction of our values. They made us obey and serve them rather than obey the laws of our land. And let me tell you, this is why Japanese fought Christianity for more than 2 centuries. Because that is what they tried to instigate in Japan. They allow them and they start seeing that their people start behaving funnily, in a funny way. They start looking at their value with, they start looking at themselves, their values, their kings, their elders, with disdain, disrespect. Because they were told by their reverend fathers, by their pastors, that do not, God is all. You do only respect God as long as you are doing something to go to heaven. That is okay. That is why a wife will go to Bible study and keep the husband coming from work, keep him hungry, no food, nothing. He will come back late in the night and start singing that he's going to heaven, whereas his husband is dying of hunger. Do you see how they put confusions everywhere in our land? Do you see that? The Japanese, they saw this, they started copying it at the early time. Now they say, okay, now you brought this and brought a thread and your modern technology. We will take modern technology, but we don't want to take this your useless teaching or missionary work. They started killing them, I'm telling you. And they made a law. They made a law that every person, you are disallowed from nearing this thing they call church. These missionaries, any person that near them, they will kill them. And today, don't you see how Japan is sanitized? They are developing in their own way. That is the deception they give to us, that religion brings education in our land. It brings modernism, technology. That is life from the pit of hell. Our cultural practices are meant to ensure sanity within our ancestral societies. It is our civilization which was completely demonized by the foreign religion as evil. Punishing evil in our tradition and culture was termed evil, while they deal mercilessly with anyone that transgresses their own rules. They burn our shrines and go scot-free. Why? But whenever our people burn their own shrines, that is churches, they send their army to kill people in the village. This is complete double standard and madness. When you study history, you see that sometimes our people will revolt and go and bring down the places of worship, the churches of missionaries, because of one protest or the other. Now, these people that used to come encourage our people to go and burn down our shrines, they will no more start living it for God. No. They will not pray to God to come and kill us. No. Rather, they will use the army, the British army, during the colonial period. They will use the British army to come and slaughter and kill people in our villages. It happened. This thing that is happening today, is what was instituted right from the early time of British Christian, European Christian missionaries. Today you will see the pastor will come and burn our shrines in a village. You will see some people shouting, please leave this thing, it's not for bad thing now, leave. It's our ancestral religion, leave it. People shout, no, it's a demon speaking, even they can beat you. Do you see that? They will shout hallelujah and burn. I see sometimes I shed tears if I'm watching this on social media. They shout hallelujah and bring it down, and no person will talk out of fear. They will not invoke religious freedom. Oh, I have freedom to worship whatever I want. They will not. No. You will have to worship what they want you to worship. You will have to worship like them. But when you retaliate and start castigating and bringing out the historical facts, this useless set of people will tell you that, oh, in Biafra land, does it mean that you are going to impose your religion on everybody? But when they destroy our own shrines, they don't have the feelings of those people that are using it, that it is their value. They don't feel for it. Do you see imperialism that is taking place in our land without our people knowing it? Without them understanding? Do you see that? And we glorify them. Do you see that? A time will come, we need to resist. A time comes, we need to resist, because we cannot continue being subjugated like this forever, being subjugated as animals, even in our own land. That is why the Fulani, they come, they kill us in our own land, because because the missionaries have turned their thing. They remove every power that we have. No more. Don't resist. If they slap you here, turn the other side. Don't remember you have a heaven you are going. Do you see? Obey slaves, obey your masters, even if it is harsh. Not only those that is in the Bible, not only those that are good, those masters, slave masters that are good to you. Even if your master, slave master is harsh, he want to kill you, anything he want to do, you obey. And we continue obeying. We continue allowing our values, our shrines, our temples to be desecrated, saying that they are fighting demons. You go carry your demon, go to Rome where you brought it from. Carry all this your demon Satan and go back to Archbishop, to Canterbury, to England, where you bring it from. We didn't have all these demons before. Do you know that? We manipulate them. Nothing. Eloquence is not Satan. We manipulate them. To give us the wisdom in order to do all these things. Manipulate and invoke them to do our biddings, because we are peculiar people. But today they turned everything. They tried all means in order for us to turn against our value, and that is why we are where we are today. You understand? They made us believe that all the prophets came from their land, and they came to us. They made us to believe that all the prophets came from their land, and they came to us for saving. They want to save us. But we have our own prophets that have been guiding us before their presence in our land. That is the reality. We had people before the Europeans came to our land. We have been living as a people. We have been farming. We have been doing our things. We have been receiving messages from the oracles. Don't you know that? But these people now, they came to our land. They said, no, don't worry. Everything you are doing is demon, is Satan, is not good. How dare you who give you the authority in order to condemn how we worship, how we do our own thing? That is conquest. That is the only thing that plays on. But we must resist. I say this station, this Radio Biafra is a voice of resistance. We must resist ideological resistance and revolution. That is what we are doing. But we have our own prophets that have been guiding us before the presence of the missionaries in our land. We have our Ezemo and oracles that relate to us the messages of Chukwuoke for our well-being. But we are programmed to demonize them and start calling their own deities to save us during times of crisis. What is happening to us today? You pray from the fast, from what is happening. Do you, as a people, do we have any solace? That is why they scattered our branches, cleared our root. Now we become powerless, and they are coming. They are coming to kill us. Do you understand? Note, when we talk about the oracle, oracle is a person or agency considered to provide wise and insightful counsel or prophetic predictions, most notably including precognition of the future, inspired by deities. It is a form of divination. You understand? So when you talk about prophets, yes, when you talk about the prophets, we have our own prophets, but you don't recognize them because they program you to demonize them. Our Ezemo, our people that divinates for us, even right from time, they made you to clear all of them. Now you are calling St. Nicholas that put you into perpetual bondage, perpetual slavery. You are calling St. Nicholas to come and pray for you, to come and deliver you, to come and help you to talk to God. You are calling the mother of God. Oh God Almighty, how can you say mother of God? Do you know what you are talking about? This is the real idol. If they have idol, this is the real idol. How can a human being born God? No, you are not. You are monotheist. You are worshiping one God, but you have three in one God. You have Trinity. God the Father is the Son, is God the Holy Spirit. You are worshiping Trinity, but you have one God. But when you come to, you say, no, we are worshiping the 500 gods, but you are worshiping one God. But one is Son, one is Holy Ghost, and one is the Godhead. Don't you see how they mesmerize our brains, even into accepting the impossibility? Something that if you reason it as a human being, you start blaming yourself. Say, how do we get there in the first place? It is a program. It is a program. They program us. Now we understand we must rebel. That is what we preach here. When the Europeans saw that our people are naive, ignorant, they attached their Christianity to their school system to make it that without converting into Christianity, we can't be educated. But let me tell you, it's a smart move because they saw that we are ignorant. So at least in my primary school, every morning we do morning devotion. They attach that so that we become rooted into it. But it was not like that to people that fought them. Do you understand? It was not like that to people that fought them. The Arabs, Japanese, and other Asians were also educated, but without being Christianized. Do you see the two different things? That is what people misunderstood. They said, no, without Christianity, we wouldn't have been educated. That is life from the pit of hell. Ask them, what of the Arabs? Did they change to Christianity? Japanese, did they turn to Christianity? What of the Chinese? But they educated. How do you explain that? Because the Europeans, they saw that we are naive, we are ignorant. That is why now they smartly attach the two together, so that we will say, okay, without this one, we cannot get this one. The same way they entice us into selling our own brothers to them as slaves in order to obtain their own goods. Are you going to tell me that without selling slaves, we are not going to do business with the Europeans? Had it been that they resisted the Europeans at that first time and said no, they fought, said no, if you want to come and buy goods, come, we have other goods, but not our brothers. They fought it. Had it been they fought it, they will still be doing business, but no slave trading. Do you see it? It's the same thing with Christianity and the education. They saw that, oh, these people are ignorant. We can deal with them by attaching the Christian religion with their education. Now they do it. But had it been we tried to separate it as others did, we would have been liberated. We wouldn't have been in this mess. The same way they attach, they say, if you want to make more money, if you want to get our goods, now sell to us your brothers. You understand? And our people ignorantly did it. And they are making money. They don't know that they are making blood money. And it is a bad thing. We could get education, we could obtain education at our own terms and in our own way without buying their mental slavery of their religion, the same way others did, the same way we could have gotten their goods without selling our own people to them as slaves. We should come back in reasoning by going back to upholding our values and developing in our own civilization. Wada, please come in before I open my lines, please.
Yeah, Mazi, two things I just want to bring in at this. What you just said now, you mentioned it one time. Another manipulation they use to bring this Christianity to really for it to lay hold, because you called it Mazi. I think it was the past two broadcasts or last one. When you brought it that I think I was the one that was saying something, and then you corrected me by saying that, yeah, the first time the Europeans came and wanted to bring Christianity, they were resisted. So what was the smart thing they did, manipulation they did? They went back and then freed one or two slaves, brought them back. That's the manipulation. After you said that, I went thinking about it, made sense. Brought them back. Now, let's just visualize this. People that were sold into slavery to these foreign people they didn't know. Then after a while, they were brought back, polished, put some, some posh dresses, now speaking a foreign language. Now they're the one telling them now. I'm sure they must have been coached, used to tell the their fellow indigents that everything was lovey-dovey. They would not tell them what they went through. They became an instrument that facilitated the slave trade. I'm not making excuses. But what I'm bringing out here is how they divide and rule us. How they use us to manipulate us. Which is what we are still seeing in the present day. Divide and rule. So, and we must pay attention to that. Those are our brothers. Maybe out of, anger or ignorance or whatever. They were the main instrument they were used when they were brought back. Because I don't know, we may never know, which is one of the things we must go back and research, if it's possible to find out. When these brothers started bringing them down to use them to convince or to convince them to accept Christianity, because of course they knew that once they got into Christianity, they were going to lose their own spiritualism and lose their values. Were our brothers and sisters telling them that these people that are sent into slavery, they are going to come back like them? Was that the idea that was told to them? I don't know. Again, I'm not making excuses. Because after you said that thing, that they started doing a lot of thinking. But the next thing I wanted to bring in is this. Look at what the Fulanis are doing. It's the same thing you just called out. In the north, they are burning down Christian churches. Okay? Killing the pastors. Killing, Christians. Meanwhile, quietly, in Biafra land, they're erecting more mosques with the help of our people. Because we're the ones giving them land. Okay? So, I thought about it, and the question becomes, now they're destroying Christianity over there, instilling fears to people. People will either run away, those who are Christian will either run away, or they'll be forced to convert to Islamic religion. Meanwhile, in our own area, our people are helping them to erect mosques. Okay? Now, when they finish building these mosques, the question is, who is going to worship them? Our people. So, if they finish building, because this is how Christianity came in too. If they finish building these mosques and people start worshipping them, what will the doctrine be? Those who are not Christians, those who are not Muslims, are infidels that must be converted or killed. And these are our brothers and sisters, knowing who we are. One of our character flaws is what? Money. They will use money to do what? Induce them. Start businesses for them. Advance them loans without interest. So now they will be armed and equipped to go and start talking to their fellow Biafrans, trying to convince them, or even if they don't refuse, according to Quran, they'll be killed. Or they will try to tell them, look at me now, just like what those our slave brothers did when they came back. Look at me now. Look at how my life has changed. The other one will be, what happened? Because I just converted to be a Muslim. And you know, there's one cocky character our people have. We think we're smart. Don't worry. All we have to say is we are going to be a Muslim. Once we get them, we can come back or denounce them. It's not possible. I'm just predicting what is happening. But nobody's paying attention. Our so-called chiefs, all these appointed chiefs, are the ones instituted, because they're the ones giving them land. They are not thinking about what this is going to bring in future. They are not realizing that even their own child or grandchildren may end up, because of gullibility, getting converted to worship in that mosque, and then will come back and kill them, because from his perspective now, grandfather is now an infidel. They are not thinking, because all their eyes on is what money they will make. I'm going to stop by saying this to tell you how advanced our ancestors were when it comes to spirituality, because that's what we're dealing with. To tell us that we knew how to worship God. Our ancestors were the real practitioners of spiritualism. They were the people that were in direct communication with God, nature, whatever you call him. Mazi, do you know that ancestors were able to communicate with leaves, plants, herbs, trees? They understood their language. Why am I saying this? There are still few people that are left that have this ability. When you hear that somebody is a good native doctor, traditional healer, those who really do the job from the spiritual point of view, they communicate with these leaves. They communicate with herbs. Some of them are still alive, because it's these leaves and herbs that gives them instruction on how to use them. They get inspired by the spirit. That's what has set their craft, or what they were doing, different from what we are doing, or some of them are doing today. Because they are not obeying the core principle. They are not doing what is supposed to be done. That is why they can pick up the same leaves. They can pick up the same herbs, the same roots, the same plants, and try to duplicate what our ancestors did. They will not get the same result, because they are missing the main thing. The main thing is that our ancestors were able to harness the essence of those entities. The tree, the plant, they have an essence. What do I mean? Essence is the life force, which is the spirit in them. Because if you go back and read, or let us read back what the religion, my ancestors, the ancestors of the Hausa, the ancestors of the Yorubas and other indigenous people all over Africa, they will tell you that these people believe in the worshipping of the spirits in the woods, in every object, living entity. What they were harnessing were the prana, the essence of those things. And it's those essence, which is the spiritual quality, you can call it that, is what really is the main core of what they were doing. I'm going to end here, Mazi, because I don't want to go further than this. Thank you, Mazi.
Yeah. We go into few minutes break, so that when we come back, our lines will be opened so that we take calls. Remember, we are not we are not detesting any opposing cause. You understand? You can call us if you have question, if you have opposing doctrines also, contrary to what you said. You are free. Only that we engage in civilized debate. That is what I love. If you want to come and oppose, I don't care. That is, I welcome it. But let us be civilized in our debate. When you talk, make your point. Allow us to make our points also. Vice versa. That is how it goes. So we will go into a few minutes break, and when we come back, our lines will be open. Please don't go away.
What? Al-Hajj. Al-Hajj simply means that you are a stranger. What? You are called what? Al-Hajj. Al-Hajj simply means that you are a stranger. What we have been experiencing is that we have, as people, been borrowing other people's eyes to see, which is wrong. So, I'm going to ask you why you think that to borrow somebody's name and claim that is your name is acceptable unto your creator.
Okay, Daddy, so what is the plain truth that we have left, and what have you borrowed?
What we have borrowed is what reflects on your hair. You have borrowed that one. In the beginning of the confusion, the Greeks came into Egypt. They colonized, they stole everything and sent them to Greece. Now today, if you're going to talk about philosophy, you will talk about Socrates, you will talk about Plato, you will talk about all these crazy people. Pythagoras theorem, you have read about Pythagoras theorem in school, right? Who was Pythagoras? At the time the Pythagoras theorem was being developed, the pyramids of Egypt had been built. And it was the same theorem which was used in building the pyramids 6,000 years before Pythagoras' great-grandfather was born. So what theorem did he bring? If the Kaaba is the black rock, they go and dance around the black rock, and our people here will also put up money to go and dance around some black rock somewhere. And they said it was Abraham who hit some stick on the ground and the water started gushing out. Then you ask yourself, who was Abraham? Where was he? Then they tell you that, oh, Abraham was the same person as Ibrahim, and you believe. You hold on to that one. And when you have one city, you want to go and be called a stranger. You go to Mecca, you come back, you are called what? Al-Hajj. Al-Hajj simply means that you are a stranger. And you glorify yourself. And you are walking around and they are calling you Al-Hajj, Al-Hajj, and you are happy.
Will cut off Europe from world trade by dominating North Africa and the Middle East. Europe was cut off totally from Asia, India, and Africa in terms of trade and access to wealth. So Europe would plunge into what we call the Dark Ages. But it was an economic depression that led to a complete breakdown of society. When they break out of that, they break out with a vengeance that we will never, ever again be in this situation. That breakout comes in the 1400s with the Portuguese. And they will wreak vengeance on the rest of the world to control trade routes, economic territories. Where is the wheat grown? Where is the gold? Where is the barley? We will get control of these things because we will never be caught in the Dark Ages again.
In Cuba, they have a Spanish dish. It's called Moros y Cristianos, which means Moors and Christians. And this dish consists of white rice, which is the white Christians, and black beans, which represents the black Moors. So this theme of a racial battle disguised as a religious battle, that's still in popular culture today.
When you conquer a civilization, you're actually conquering their God. Because what do? You change the name of God once you change their religion, once you change their culture. So the name of God is based upon how you create God. In other words,
Welcome back. This is
Islam will rise up in the
This is Radio Biafra Hausa service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, and with me is Wada Marian T. Heather, and we are holding our discussions on religious matters. And our topic, as usual, is upholding our values. Because we must uphold our values. Without it, we are finished. We cannot be also. We just start from nowhere. We start from somewhere. We have roots. That is what we are preaching. Under the sub-caption of understanding our civilization and education. Therefore, our lines are open. Our direct line, as usual, is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I have a caller already on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good evening, Jonathan.
There, welcome to the program.
And good evening, our sister Maria Helena. Thank you. Good evening, great Biafrans and the lovers of freedom. My name is Chukwudi. I'm calling from Italy, Roma. Please, I thank you, brother, for what you are doing for our people. And the topic you have today, I always follow you. Thank you. And I like what you did last time, the way you talked to our brother. You said you guided with your words, and I like what you did last time, the way you talked to our brother. You said you guided with your words, and I thank you. But I have a question to ask, please.
Go on.
Okay. I want to ask, because the topic you are handling today is our problem. So the question I'm asking, we as Westerners, we need each other most.
We say we and the Westerners, who need each other most?
Yes.
Okay. The way I will put it in my own perspective is this. All of us will need each other. We are all human beings, honestly. They need us, we need them. We learn from each other no matter what. That is how civilizations improve. We are human beings. Nobody is an island. Even if you produce, for example, America today is the most powerful country. But let me tell you, without the people buying American goods, without doing business with the outside world, America will shrink to nothing. That is the reality. So we need each other. That is it. But we must do it in an equitable manner, in a respectable manner, where respect should be reciprocal, not on a one-sided situation. And that is the way the Europeans have been dealing with sub-Saharan Africa. I didn't say Africa in general, I say sub-Saharan Africa, because the way Europeans are dealing with the northern part of Africa is different from the way they are dealing with sub-Saharan Africa. I'm telling you honestly. In sub-Saharan Africa, they deal with us as a master, and slave. But in the northern part of Africa, they deal with them because they are whites also. So they deal with them with respect, mutual respect. And that is how whatever that is good for the how do they say it? Is good for the gender.
It's good for the gender, yeah.
That is it. So go on, please.
Okay. Thank you, brother. I like your answering, but I also want to say, because we are talking of there's what is called in commerce division of labor. So, as the case may be, they need us, we need them. But it's only when, like what we are doing now, as you have been saying in in multiples of your program, you said that you always said that according to the topic today, if we don't have value, they will never recognize us. So that is they see us as, I don't know how to say, because these people, like we always said, we have manpower, we have the brain, we have all it takes. But why is it that sometimes they push us to the wall, or they put us to the lower standard? Why? Because the problem, and which I also believe, which I agree with you, is that because of the way they amalgamated us with the people we don't have the same value with. But all the same, thank God for Mazi Nnamdi, thank God for all of us who have risen and they know what it takes, and they have come out to reclaim what is ours. And the only thing I also tell our people is that Igbo Biafrans and the Igbos in general and Biafra in general, let us forget all this, our trickish of life and everything. If you are alive today and you are still eating very well and the food is digesting your stomach very well, why Mazi Nnamdi is in the DSS dungeon languishing? Know that you are equated to nothing. You are not existing. So, but all the same, no problem. Please, I want to make a little announcement. I'm calling from IPOB Roma in Italy. Please, we are having meeting every second Sunday of the month in Italy. So if you are coming or you want to come to our meeting, we normally have meeting by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So if you are coming in near term in a bus station there. So if you are coming and you are missing road, you can call this number 351 1133 004. The second one 351 0125 761. The third one 351 02 34690. Thank you, Mazi Jonathan, and God bless you, and God bless you, Biafrans. Thank you.
Too.
Yeah, Mazi.
Okay.
Yeah, let me input a little bit what he asked.
Okay.
I mean, his question, whether they need us and who need each other more, is, I will look at it. That qualifier, their need, is ambiguous, but I'm going to say this. The thing is, there's an adage in our place that says, when a child washes his or her hand well, then that child can participate to eat in the same bowl with adults. That is the main, that's how I'm looking at his answer to answer him. Now, and that is the fight we are in. Because they don't want us up. Because once we are able to come up on the same level, begin to compete with them on the same level, then they know that they cannot be able to control us. So, that is why they put all these perimeter more around us. And religion is one of the main perimeter they use to cage us, to keep us down. They are aware of our potentials. They know. Because the argument one can ask is this. Hamadike we are talking about, he's a Biafran, he's a black man. Why are they scared of him? Because he begin to reason, begin to allow himself to expand his reasoning on the same level where they are. And that is why they don't want to, they don't even want to talk about his case. Because what they know, he knows now. So that is the fight. Unless we're able to stand and improve our values, they understand the quality of our values today. They do. Even when they came, there was an extract you read. A pope told them at that time, I think it was a pope or a leader or a queen or a king told them, when you go there, don't tell them about spiritualism. These guys are already aware of it. They are ahead of you. So don't even mess with them because they are masters. They will rather teach you if you go on that route. So what do? Introduce this religion to confuse them. So they are aware of our potential. That is why they have done everything and continue to do for us not to recognize. We are the ones that are not aware of our potentials. We are. And that is what we are trying to encourage us to realize who we were, who we have been, the potentials we have, to recognize ourselves and work together and rise up to that status so that we can be counted among the elites of the world. As long as we continue to yoke ourselves with these Fulanis who do not think that way, we are going nowhere. I'm going to.
There we Caller direct
Mazi.
line. Welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi.
Go on, please.
My name is Christopher Nnamdi. If you recall, you probably will remember this name. The last time you about 3 weeks ago,
Yes, I do.
you had a program like this. And I made a few comments that during the time Marian, the lady, wanted to give me some responses, the line cut off. And today, I thought I was the first person to beat the button, but someone beat me on it. Yes. Now let me take you back to on that very day. There's one I can recall. I told you that Christianity is not a monotheist religion, and I thank you for repeating it today that it is not a monotheist religion. Because that day you believed it was a monotheist religion. Now, again, what do I add? What I want to add is also by my knowledge that in the Igbo, I have to say in the Igbo, I'm sorry, I like to say Biafra, but this time I say in the Igbo. Our religion is monotheist. We were probably the only monotheist religion other than the Judaism, sometime Islam, that's classified under monotheist. I think in the Igbo, the first monotheist. Because even you yourself, for an example, so any line they know will directly call God. I saw my grandfather. I am 73 years old now. My voice might not tell you how old I am. So my father had to work in Waji and the booze of Chukwu. Any line they know Chukwu. How many years other than Chukwu? So all Chukwu monotheist. That's how that monotheism came. Now, I like to say that from what after you and the lady spoke that day, I went to analyze your issues, and I tried to classify you. What religion are these two people? This woman is she a Christian? I wanted to find out what kind of religion what two people believe in. I couldn't put my hand on it, but I do know. And so what I wanted to say is, my belief is that thank God we are finally getting people who are going to bring us to wisdom, realization of who we are. And I am so proud of you. And today I listened to that lady. I call her that lady who on that very day she couldn't tell where I came from. She said that maybe if I am, she doesn't know where I come from, but I'm an Igbo man. And so what I'm trying to say regarding what you're saying now, I have identified you and this woman Marian as existentialists. I don't see you as a Christian, I don't see you as a Muslim, but you are something. I think you are both existentialists. And also, like me, I am an ethical agnostic, an existentialist. And I so love this woman for everything she said today. Her lectures, her enlightenment, I will forever remember there is someone like her that talks like those white people. I used to read their books. I have lived in America for over 43 years. And I am not as good a communicator like you or the lady, but I thank God that God has finally brought someone like you guys
who can teach us something. But the good side of my own contribution is this. I think there is something one word I have not heard from both of you today, and that is the word faith and truth. The existentialists of this world, what brought about that word existentialism was people who were fighting like you and this lady. They got to a point they really want to know. They are touched by all these church or Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and all kinds of religions. And that was what brought about the birth of existentialism. And what is it? The whole tenet was that truth stops where faith begins. I like you to write it down. You know you read this before. Truth stops where faith begins. And the problem for all the things you've all known and listed and talked about, there is one thing I think I would mention. I'm not going to stay too long, but I have a lot. I know so much a little bit. Is I'd like you all to teach us how to fight faith. She can talk this from now till thy kingdom come, and you too. If you people can go back and come back again and teach us how to fight faith. Because what has put us like this, where we are today, is faith. And faith comes from culture. This is our culture. All women are lying. Now, and what is the definition of culture? Culture is attitude, practiced over a long period of time, and it forms the window through which we see the world. Is the norm, the morals, everything, the laws, and everything we are used to, and we live in it. But if you have not developed faith in any of them, you are good. The faith is what has killed us. So what am I suggesting now? Because I've seen that you Chinedu and Miriam, I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name. Can I give you a task and come back and teach us how to fight faith? Otherwise, you'll be talking and talking, just like all the books we've all been reading. I've read so much. But I like to see you people come back again and teach us how to fight faith. Because it's faith that put us like in this where we are now. I can't continue any further. And then I'd like to make an announcement to you, please. Chinedu, I'd like you to do something. First of all, my name is Christopher Nnamdi. I have said it maybe one time or two times before. I was a soldier, a Biafra soldier. I was a lieutenant. And you people, I have not had in the conversation all this time anyone who says that Nigerian army never took prisoners. So I like you all, please, to give me a chance, create me an avenue where a soldier, a prisoner of war, which I was, can come and tell you people a story and give you all some education. That will be a closing chapter for what Dr. Lewis has been teaching us. I have something none of you has heard. I have a part of the history that will be the last chapter of your history of Biafran war, for which if you don't have it, the war it has no closure. So I hope that will be the day I have some strength. And even as I'm talking to you now, I wasn't feeling too well. So I have a story. I had called one of you, Mazi, I've forgotten his name, an Igbo guy, Sanungwa man, and I told him about myself in 2020. And he called me back. He called me up to 3 times. It's one of you news guys. And so, I gave him, he interviewed me so much But I figured the reason why he hasn't brought out my story was because I made probably a mistake and told him that I was thinking about writing a book. And maybe he thought he's interfering into my activity, which I know I'm not going to write a book. I may not even live to write a book. And so I like you all, if you think you are curious, that you want to add to the final chapter of Biafran war, because I was a war captive. Nobody in my village even knows I was captured. And now I went to Nigeria again in October last year, October 4th, and I was captured again. I went to Port Harcourt to extend my travel from the Hotel Presidential, and I came out to drive into Port Harcourt, and I was also captured. People with a gun pointed on my head that made me open my door. They got in and they kept on driving me into the interiors of Port Harcourt. And I also, whatever got me out from the first captivity in Nigeria during the war, I think now you can believe their experience matters. So I was able to talk them out of taking whatever I have. So I came back. This is the 5th month I got back here. So I'm sorry, guys. I have been calling in once in every while, but I have not had a moment. It will be a very important thing. If you miss it, you miss a good story. And what is that? I'm going to tell you guys. Let me give you a headline. If you are curious to know why Obasanjo is a very famous Nigerian to the Fulanese, they revere him. They think that he's a god. Why they could just pick him up and make him president? Why he can go anywhere, even at night in the Fulani land, and come back? When you talk to me, you're gonna find out why. Thank you very much.
Mazi, I will do that, honestly. Maybe
Yeah,
if I finish broadcasting, I will call you.
I want to appreciate him quickly. And please, if he can drop his number.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So that we can quickly make arrangements.
Anybody can have my number. I can tell you my number right away.
I live in United States. I live in Maryland. If the interview cannot be conducted online, Mazi, Jonathan can do that. It's brilliant.
I will. Don't worry. I have his number. If I finish now,
conduct with him, then we can put it together.
Yes.
What I'm
My
saying,
sister, I live in California.
I can make arrangement and travel to meet with him. So please let us have your contact. You are a good material. You have a lot.
Are you hearing me?
Somebody like me, one of the what is it called? Non-profit organization. I just.
Wanda, can you hear me? Wanda, are you hearing me? Yeah. I say, don't worry. I will call you. I will call you, Mazi. Honestly speaking, I'm touched. We revere our veterans. I will call you immediately I finish this program. I'll call you first because I have many numbers.
I'd like you to know I am here in Baldwin Park in California. I'm a Los Angelite. So if the lady we would meet, in fact, it would be something. I do better when I'm face to face with people.
Very good.
And when I'm holding a phone, I am not as good as you are. I'm not good. I pray that I can be eloquent enough and be connected, but I don't.
We're all different. Yeah.
Yeah, very good, very good. Don't worry. We'll arrange everything. We'll arrange everything off air. Don't worry about it.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
We must continue. We must continue. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Are you there? Caller on signal. Please welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Go on, please. Go on.
Okay. Good evening, Mazi. Good evening, Madam. This program is like it is a blessed program for all Biafrans, only if they know the benefits behind it. This is a cleansing, spiritual cleansing, only if they will understand. Mazi, let me quickly go into what I want to say. I want our people to understand one thing, that Chukwu is our Igbo deity. God is the deity of the Europeans. Every part of the world, they have their own deities. Hello, Mazi, can you hear me? Hello, Mazi.
Yeah, Mazi, go on. Don't worry, it's coming out. Go on.
Okay. So as I was saying,
go on.
Okay, the European deity is the God of the Europeans, named God. Our Igbo deity is Chukwu Okike. And I will be bold enough to let people know that our Chukwu Okike never slept with a certain woman called Mary to bear a son. The God of the Europeans, starting from New Testament, sent his spirit to go and sleep with a woman in her husband's house. She got pregnant and she gave birth. Meanwhile, in the Old Testament, angels were looking down on earthly women and they slept with them. And they were sent up from heaven. So, don't go deep. The God of Europe, especially the God of, can never be it can never be. Now, there is a deity called Zeus in ancient Greece. Zeus fathered children with earthly women. The people that were worshipping Zeus did not see any wrong with it. But we that are worshipping Chukwu in our land, they came and they told us that El Prince is Satan. We don't know what is Satan in our place. Even in the Yoruba Orishas, they don't know what is a deity that they pray to, that they sacrifice to. In our Igbo religion, Chukwu is sitting on the highest, is the one in the highest, followed by the rest, Ani, Ikenga, Amadera, Ekwenku. All of them, they do his bidding. Likewise, in the Yoruba deity that is Eledumare, they have Eshu, they have Shango, they have Ogun, they have Oshun. They all do their individual. Now, they came and they told us that our ancestors that we are praying to them is Satanism. That we are not supposed to be praying to the. What they are doing is, Pope Nicholas, they are calling a saint. Is he not an ancestor? Pope John Paul that died that many years ago is now made a saint. Cyprian, the Igbo reverend that died, they've made him a saint. Are they not
Mazi, they didn't make him a saint. There is something they call. It remains a step to be a saint. He's not yet a saint. There is that terminology they use.
Before they are going to even make him yes, Father Tansi, yes, thank you, man. Before they are going to make him a saint, it's going to take over 20 years.
A black man now is
because
a black
they
man.
will say, how can we make a black man? How can we make him a saint and we are praying through him? Our people, Mazi, what is wrong with our people? Is it difficult for them to learn history? Many of the young people of this generation, they hate anything history. And in Europe, yeah, man, there's a Roman wall that has been years since when the Romans colonized the Germans. They were calling them barbarians because as not civilized. They fought the Romans. They pursued them away. Now they have gotten their own. All the Germanic tribes now came and they became one. But they were using their own deity, known as Wodan. They used their own Wodan to defeat the Romans because the Romans were worshipping Jupiter. Why will they now come to tell us that our own Chukwu Okike? Or rather that Ekwensu is their Satan. Ekwensu cannot be their Satan. In as much as I'm concerned, Ekwensu is a saint. Ikenga is a saint. Nnamdi is a saint. Our Nnamdi is their own Virgin Mary. Our people don't sit down to think deep, to read. Mazi, thank you for the time. Thank you for the time.
There were Mazi. We must continue. You know, what you hear here, we are removing ourselves from the old order. People don't understand. You know, some people are afraid of all this type of thing. No, don't talk, please, don't do it. Why are you speaking it like this? No, it will cause problem. And we continue suffering perpetual problems. We say no. We must, head on. We must dive head on to the problem. You understand? And that is what we are doing. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mazi, good evening, sir. I want to.
Mazi, welito lugelu.
Okay, my name is Ifeanyi. I'm calling you from Italy, and I want to use the opportunity to greet my lovely sister, Wada Marian, for her good talk and everything, for being here for us and to enlighten us every Saturday. Mazi, I listen to your program. I'm always listen to your program. Sometimes sometimes I will be busy, but I'm always listening to the program. But today, I decided that I won't go anywhere. I won't go to anywhere, but I just want to listen to this very program, and that's why it's like I'm the first caller. But then you haven't opened your number, Mazi, one thing I want to contribute, for your teaching this evening. There's something I found out in our people, like about this religion issue. Sometimes, even here in Europe, here where I am, sometimes when you tell them about God, some of them don't believe there is anything like God that existed in this life. They don't believe on it. But we people from Africa, we are always, I know that yes, God exists, my own belief, I don't know. So the way I feel that yes, God exists, but the way we Africa, we take this God issue, everything, how, all about our life, anything that we know that we have, it happened to us as a human being, that we can take action on it. We can find solution on it to say, leave it to God. Let God take over it. It's like we find it that they have used this religion to make us have low mentality, low brain to even to think how to how to find solution in our problems. sometimes even someone will be in a sick bed, they'll say, okay, leave it to God because of hardship and everything. They don't have money to take the person to in the hospital. They say, okay, leave it to God. So, Mazi, what I want to say that even if like there's something I think about our deity when I was in Africa, there's the thing that will happen in our villages. There's how our people will go and do something they want to do, to consult the land, and you will find out the result will be that maybe the grandfather or something in that nature he needed to something to do in the compound to make sure that everything will went fine, and we will do it even. Mazi, I'm sorry to say this, it's like I don't want to go much far, for this contribute for this to contribute for this program. Then there's something that they will do. There's something that they will do. Maybe the like a native doctor now. You find it difficult to see someone who says yes, I'm a native doctor. Not all this media, all this Facebook native doctor. Those olden days, there's something will happen. They have to consult the land before they went to any native doctor or to ask any question. What is the dream or whatever, the interpretation of the dream. Then okay, someone okay, this is what they have to do. Or somebody may be sick. It's okay, this is what they have to do. But right now, those things nobody is doing it anymore. That is why you see sometimes I've seen it at young age, maybe 30 years, even 25 years that when I was a little boy. If 30 years old boy died, the village will, the compound, even in the community, they will go far away to find out what is the cause of the death, because the young people don't die young then. But right now, everything, church have, Christianity have spoiled everything. Even when young age die, maybe at age of 30 years, they have to bury the person in a backyard or even in a, reserving land that is not have to anything to do with the living ones. So, like what I want to try to say that if our people can try to see, even like there's a story that I heard, even I know it happened in my place, in my village, whereby there was a time that we had a community crashing in our place, where some Fulani, even during the Biafra war, there is some deity that we are worship in our place. So when the Hausa or Nigerian soldiers they are coming to our place, then coming to our place, they will find out that the place is very dark. They can't find anybody. They will go glad, and when they go out of the village, they will find out that yes, there is a light everywhere. But when they come to our villages, they will find out that the place is very dark for them. So what I'm trying to say that if our people can go back to our roots, is very very important. Like Mazi, that's what I want to say. If it's the white people that have the power that we Africans that have today. Like let me just say this in this way. Like Indian Abantu, Indian everything, like all those things. White people that we use it to fight us, but our own we are using it to kill ourselves, poison our people. Everybody want to everything. If like the white people they have that kind of power, they will travel all the way from Africa to come here to make sure that they will use it to conquer their people, to conquer white people here. But our own, we don't do it. All we know is how to be using it against our own fellow brothers. What I'm trying to tell our people, there is a power in anything that anybody believe on. If you are worship Jesus Christ, I don't know what is Jesus Christ, because that is not that. Even white people here, they don't believe on all those tribes. But we black people now, we are believing that Jesus Christ can save you. When you are thinking that you're supposed to go to a hospital and they don't have money to go to a hospital, then one useless black person will come and pour oil on your body. Maybe something of maybe you have to change the person the blood, or maybe the person has the hidden problem. Then in Africa that don't know anything, you say, and if you believe in Jesus Christ, you heal. As you know, have I don't know how they don't say it. little faith as a mustard seed or whatever they call it, then the people will be dying. Mazi, but so now I want our people to wake up, for their slumber. They know we are in a very big mess. Mazi, these people in Africa, they are the one that make us, we that in here in the Western world, we are suffering. Even white people, they don't value it, because how can a black woman or a grown up old man will be worshiping an image of white man? Then you think that these people, they will respect, they will give us, we that here with them, they will respect us. No any respect, because we are worshiping them, they are our God. But we are trying to let our people know this. They, they find out, they will feel like, you are trying to, they will, Mazi, I don't know what to say. They will feel like, you are. This is my faith. This is my faith. This is what I believe on. You can't, you see, and someone who called herself or himself, a graduate or whatever they call it in Africa. When you try to correct him or her, you be like, you try to, it's like you are insulting her or him. Mazi, one day I want to get a zogo. Okay, one man, I want to get a zogo. Nda na powerful obodo. Nda na ha respect ever. I'm not happy with them.
We are a collective failure, in short. What we are trying to do is to restore our dignity. That is the reality. Collectively, it's not some people that are doing it, it's all of us. Because first of all, when you go to a full-grown man that's supposed to be doing something in his home, in his country, in his community, to contribute to the advancement of the community, now you come, you start looking, they keep you on anyhow job. They put you to go and be looking after old, even if you have that job, looking after old women and removing their shit. Why would they respect? When governments in Africa don't even respect the people. They don't care about the interest of the people. What they care about is to maintain the affinity with the Western government that put them there. What do you think? There will be no respect. That is what we are trying to restore, our dignity. We lost our dignity by the time Africans started selling their brothers to Europeans. That is when African dignity lost. Do you know, before slave trading, they don't call black people black. No, they know black people as Moors. Moors. That is the name they give Africa. No, it's a dignified name, Moors. You understand? It's when they start selling themselves to the Europeans, knowing fully well what they are doing, just for their personal benefit. That is where things fall apart. The dignity of Africa was removed. Remember, selling your brother is a big crime. It's a big crime. Nature will not leave you. You suffer. That is why sabotage in our land, in Biafra land, all of us, we are suffering collectively because of sabotage. You understand? It is a very big crime to sell your own just for your public, for your private interest. We must continue. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on signal.
Yeah, I can hear you.
There, go on, please.
Mazi, ekele munu, ekele kwa mwada.
Ekele drege.
I'm very happy for the program. Makana program. Is how so in what I'm coming through, I would like to come in education level because I saw that when you talk about religion without education, it seems that you are missing everything. Because after religion, they use the Western education to cage us. From example, when they said in Nigeria that Mongo Park discovered River Niger, when Mongo Park discovered River Niger, he discovered it and go back and tell his people where he discovered and how he discovered it. Because of the Western education, our children go back to read it in a school and say that Mongo Park is discovered. You see that he was not talking to us. He was talking that he discovered River Niger in Nigeria. But we go to school and we learn that Mongo Park discovered River Niger and was the one that discovered it. You see where we lost it in a sense. Because Western education makes us to be primitive, to live our culture and call our culture evil.
Mazi, let me come in here. It's not, what we call Western education. I don't know. Yes, they brainwash us. But when we talk about Western education, like when you talk about Mongo Park discovering River Niger, yes, that is what they taught us. It's part of the brainwashing. Yes. But education should be education. The principle that is being used in building aircraft, for example, flying airplane, it is the same principle. It doesn't matter whether it is being done by Spanish. It doesn't matter by the Spanish. It doesn't matter whether it is being done by the Chinese or Mongolians. It is still the same when the same principle is applied. So when we talk about Western education, we should be careful because we are appropriating everything to them. Western education, like this is pure brainwashing. Because when we accept, for example, we made a mistake or we made mistakes even at the early time. What are those mistakes? We allowed everything to be taught to us using their language. We didn't make any effort in order to indigenize learning in our own language. Something that Asians, they achieved. They didn't make that mistake. Okay, you bring anything to us, okay, don't worry. What do you call this? You say it's physics. We say, okay. It doesn't matter the language they use. You see, like I said, at the olden time, before the advent of white people in our land, our people have been mastering fire. Technology, human advancement is based on mastery of fire. Is based on mastery of fire. When you can manipulate, master fire, you use, because fire, you use fire to produce almost everything. Do you understand? Everything goes through fire. So, it doesn't matter the language you use. The problem we have is the mistakes, the early mistakes we made by not trying to indigenize the teachings in our own language. Instead, we continue adopting English. We can adopt it, yes. After all, English is being spoken in parts of Arab land. But when they go to school, they learn all these things primarily in their language. It is a hard work. You understand? So, when we talk about Western education, like the discover, there are many things discovered by black people, by Arabs. When you look at like in mathematics, there is something we call quadratic equation. Who is Al-Qadr? Al-Qadr is an Arab. It's him that used that, discovered that equation. But we use it as Western education, as if we ascribe, because these people, they are wise, they are number one enlightened. So they carry everything, whatever they gather in Arochuku Empire, in Aro Confederacy, in Benin Empire, in parts of African Kingdom. They stole everything and stole the knowledge. And stole the what? The knowledge, the technologies, and now modified it in their own way and wrote it down. Because the importance is writing it down so that it will go viral. People will be reading it and say, oh, it is being discovered in Italy. Whereas they stole that knowledge from somewhere in Africa. But the worst part of it is that, the sad part of it is that, where it was written in Africa, they conquered the place, they burned everything, or they stole even the manuscripts. The Europeans, they committed atrocities in our land. So that is it. Mazi, go on, please.
Yes, why I'm saying about Western education, because our people that was in, they know all these things, and they refuse to do the needful thing, and they continue teaching us in the language of the strangers. That make us to think with the language of the strangers. So if we come back to think in our own language, we become local. And anything that you own language, you become local. And that makes the future generation to try to think like white people for them to be international. So today, we are coming to realize the mistake that our people that first educate do. So Radio Biafra is where we learn. And that's why I call it Ikuze Nkokukwe, because we learn and we think and we ask questions to know what happened yesterday and what we will do tomorrow. Thank you. There were
Mazi. There were. Caller on signal. I'm sorry, on WhatsApp. Can you hear me?
Saying is that.
Wanda, you want to say something? Sorry. I didn't.
Mazi, please.
Yeah, go on.
To react to that, my brother. I want to react to my brother. You know, what we are trying to say here is this. I heard him very well, and his points are well taken. But there's something I'm trying to highlight. What we are trying to say here is this. Because they try to make us to learn with their language, we have to cross that barrier and to understand their language. And then when you learn something, it's different from when it's original with you. Because there are some nook and crannies of that culture or that language that you never have mastery on. For example, I always use this. Like if somebody that was born in Igbo land, let me use Igbo as an example, and learned the language by being in that culture, listening to everybody. That was when his or her, the neurons in her brains were connecting themselves. It will connect to a deeper level. Now, if you tell that child something like Egbe na Egbe, no one here diche, even though the spellings are the same, when you writing something and you write Egbe, and then you're writing something and say you write Egbe, this individual will be able to discern based on the context, the information on that story, that one, even though they have the same spelling, is Egbe, and the other one is Egbe. These are things we miss when we're trying to learn in their own cultural language. That's what we are talking about. Because every language is important. And when you are part of that culture, it's easier for you to understand things. For example, when we're talking about the position of the number one, whether you speak it in English or you speak it in your dialect, when it comes to counting, that number one takes that position of the first thing. So the argument you are making, I believe we are making, is this. Why didn't they use our local language to teach us the same thing? Because it is possible. Because when we talk about especially sciences, even its history, is calculation. We are calculating numbers, dividing numbers, subtracting numbers. We already have numbers formed in our own dialect. That's the deception, that's the manipulation. Thank you.
There were. And sometimes also, I attribute some of the failures, to the laziness, over-excitement of our people on foreigners. They want to learn their thing, and they forgot their own thing. You know, that foreign test, that thing that made our people to start selling their own brothers in order to get schnapp. And schnapp, they just is the name. They produce better
better quality, clean spirit. Clean a better quality.
Of course. But because it's foreigners that brought this, they say, now this thing, now we never let us, even if they test it on our worker hand, they still attribute, it's better. But they have better quality in our land.
Because of packaging, these people advance their own by repackaging it to look better.
Of course.
Adding some aroma to it. That's what we say to them, Mazi. Advancing the value of what. Let it go to evolution and revolution. You come up better thing.
Of course.
We don't want to take that step to pay attention to what the values we have. Let them go to revolution, natural revolution, selection, and then come up on the other end.
The way we relegate
Darwin's idea.
The way we relegate, like people, you see, right from Nnamdi Azikiwe. Look at how we eulogize him because of his English he's speaking. He's speaking another man's language, and many of us don't even understand it. Hey, Anetoya become a celebrity because of it's still happening today. You see these people that speak rubbish, they don't even know what they talk.
Probably he was telling us.
Yeah, exactly. And we are clapping.
Foreign, and the way he packaged himself and present, everybody was really. It
is still happening today.
That produces crude oil. Even we that have natural palm kernel to produce palm oil, we don't even know how to concentrate apart from scent Mbakwe that revolutionized palm produce. Add the palm. What did we do? Did we continue? No. By now, Nigeria would have been packaged. Imo State would have been packaged.
Let us not even go to the Nigeria. Let us not go to the Nigeria setting.
Let's continue.
Yes. What I'm saying, look at even till today. Go to our courts, in our courts. You see, a lawyer will rise up and start speaking rubbish. He will join Italian language, join Spanish. People don't understand nothing. Everybody will be clapping. Is it not stupidity? I call it stupidity. Why should you be using grammar that is people are not understanding, and we are praising you? We are stupid collectively. I'm telling you honestly, it's still happening today. So we add the value too much to something that is foreign, that we don't even know. That is why we relegate our own. You see people that are making sense in our villages, people that have common sense, that when they speak, they speak in our language, everybody understands them, and it makes sense. But there's that person, they prefer that the person that is a professor, but he will be speaking anyhow in English. But he's talking bunkum, rubbish. You see, people will be clapping for him. Everybody will vote for him. Everybody will go for him, be on his side, and they don't even know what he's talking about. So it's a fundamental problem which we need to remove from our head. This mad quest for foreign something, it is destroying us.
Emulating something instead of being original.
Yes.
That's the point.
That's the
but
point.
Even with I see some of the things they post on Facebook. Oh, this child built a car. I say, wait a minute. Why are they not being original? I mean, with all due respect, yes, okay, but the environment they are, even if they manufacture vehicle, they can't use it. Why don't you harness your environment? These children that if they want to show me somebody like me that are thinkers, why don't they come up with a kind of mobility that will suit the environment they are? Are you manufacturing vehicle? You don't have a road. Where are you going to run the? This is what is called true inspiration. You're not emulating. You're originally being inspired to come up with something that will benefit your environment in a good way. That's how you come up with these inventions, because you're trying to address a problem you have within your own community. In that process, you come up with invention, then you can make money. But what they are thinking, they want to build on what somebody has already done and jump on top of it and make money. We must learn how to go back and be original, because our ancestors were original in their dealings. what they got corrupted.
Wada.
Anyway.
Callers are waiting. I have a caller callers that has been there. Caller on WhatsApp. Thank you for holding on for going to 19 minutes. Welcome to the program. Please go on.
Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu, our professors. I call you people our professor because you people are original. Mwada Maraheri, Udo de Ronu, Yunne do Thank you very much. Elohim bless everybody. Let me not waste much our time. Let me appreciate Chukwuokuka Abiyama, the God of our land, the God of our ancestors, who give us a true leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came to teach us. Let him guide him and protect him. We know that he's still in the hand of evil terrorists called Nigeria and the British. Chukwuokuka Abiyama, guide our leader and our DOS, Eastern Security Network, all the two Biafrans who are doing the needful. May Elohim bless everybody and give us more knowledge to do the needful in the name of Chukwuokuka Abiyama. Mazi, your topic this night, uphold our value. You know, our people forget that our value disappear after the war. Everybody learning front and back, try to survive after they seize everything our fathers have and give us 20 pounds. So everybody now trying all his best to survive individually. No more corrective again. And that is where we still till today, until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came. Try all is possible to open our eyes. That is why he selected you people. I call you people professors, because in this radio Biafra, you can learn. We can teach ourselves where everything going wrong. That is only when I wake up and listen to Radio Biafra, it's a thank to giving us somebody like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and they selected all of you to come in on this platform to teach us. Look at our people now. You know, some of our people are talking about Western education or European people, what they are doing to us. What about what the Fulani are doing to us now? Look at Fulani are trying to conquer us again. Because why? They are using ordinary cow to conquer us. And our people don't want to understand. Later on, when our own time goes, other people came, they will start talking about Fulani people. That's how the thing started. You know, one thing about us is that we are always trying to copy from other people, leaving our own. Copying what we don't know. Today, our people can go Western Yoruba side and stay learning what they didn't know. The pastor they are learning under have their own deity where you worship. And they be jumping up and down, talking what they didn't know. Our people have their mind. I don't know where their mind is around. But people should understand that there's nothing you can never pass your own master. Look at us now in this Africa as a whole. Let me call it a whole. If you finish education here, you know that you get this, you get that first class. But when you travel abroad, you learn from people you know that you better than, because there you are already is your master, because they are already you, and you can never teach them. You can't, because you learn from them and you wanted to come and double cross them. So the problem we have is that we value other people's some. Look at what our people are producing in Aba. But you see somebody, this is family. Yeah, local. But when Europeans bring their own, this is original. That is why we get everything wrong. Yeah? Europeans came here, tell us that what we are worshiping is Satan. No, truly who is Satan. But I asked one pastor, please, I want to understand something from you. Christianity, Muslim, Hindu, which people are worshiping truly God? I want to understand. All this God, everybody are jumping up and down. I want you to tell me, is it you that a Christian is worshiping? He look my face. He know what he can tell me. That is the thing. I want our people to open their eyes, because our people try what they are doing. They are just trying to get what they don't know. There is nothing past your own. There is nothing. It's nothing past your own. Like I'm on. Before white man came, we have a king, we have oil, we have we have all those things. Before white man came, our people are doing pam taba. Our people are doing many things before they came. But after Western education, Western this, Western that, look at where we find ourselves today. We are struggling to survive. But I thank God. I still thank Chukwu Piama, who sent the Mazi Nnamdi, because I never hear anything about all those things that we are hearing today. Since I was born, until Mazi Nnamdi came. Thank you very much, Mazi, for your good work. Continue. I know our people are waking up, and we will continue until we prove that this is who we are, and this is where we must belong. White people are African, and we know our home. Even if we run around throughout the whole world, we must come back to home, our root. That is who we are. Thank you, may Elohim bless all Biafrans. If you have something, come on here and teach us. We will learn and continue open our eyes. These people have destroyed us. The worst thing now is ordinary Fulani. Fulani don't know how to light. Now he wanted to conquer us again. And our people, all these evil politicians in our land, are lying down for them to conquer us again. This is the worst thing that will happen to us. But I know, as far as Mazi Nnamdi is our leader, we are hated. Thank you very much, our professors. Your good work. May Elohim bless everybody.
Remain blessed. I think we are winding down towards the end of this program, honestly. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal.
Yes, Daddy.
There will go on.
Jonathan. Can you hear me?
The whole world is hearing you.
Jonathan Udo Chukwu Kikabia Merege. Oh, I am who I am. That was what Chukwu Kikabia told Moses. Jonathan, who are you? It's as simple as this. We are Biafrans. Jonathan. Ihe na-atụ ndị Igbo ụjọ ụwa omenala maka arụrụ ala ezi a na-achọ anyị ọsa Fulani n'ohu ebe na Amerịka Joe Biden n'ohu shek Joe Biden give us option of Jonathan. We found the word, we have our culture, we have our tradition. We have our angels. Gods of our land. Think then that. The two quote first address capacity. Walk in the temple begins. That is covered by thy roots. Can't take it there. And the throne gave to go to Kabia Biafran fire. I take it to the data. How much in egg? Go to Jonathan. Look at the world. You will see the animals. You see the sun, the moon, everything, including you. We will die. Sit faith, all of us. The thing that this sun will not damage one day. And God is talking with America, discharge the war powers at the president that they are telling us that they are war power. You have to spend get of this big to be charged 8 years, 10 hours. But he said you have to let it in that. Okay, there's no more. But then you not from all that follow the Jonathan. Although Biafra land before the war. And that's all our talk. I can move down no more. My man goes to the Jonathan. Let me again, man. I don't tell me. Nnamdi Kanu.
Mazi, ndewo. Mazi, gina izo mwa. Odike wune alonu zoga. Madam.
Jonathan. Our somebody na Jonathan. He get to be again, man. Apo ga. Ega ho. I'm Jonathan. I know God. Okay, church go jam.
Ndewo.
Ege sabo no mawata. One hour. Ege say kweta na he. Ogala no kuwa. I want to learn at the Jonathan. Hey, I'll give you one. What's your colors of Muhammad in Hindi? And I want
Ndewo, Mazi. Ndewo.
That's a Jonathan. That's a Melo. All Biafrans.
Almost a Biafra. Ndewo. That's the beauty of it. We have every type of human being in Biafra land. And that is the beauty of it. We must continue. I think this will be the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mazi.
There will be the last caller. There will.
Yeah, Madam Head. My name is Nwobi Chukwuka. I'm coming from Oka, Biafra land. I'm coming out here. Hello?
Mazi, go on. The whole world is listening. Go on.
Okay, Mazi, what this religion has done to our people, Mazi, like I said, I grew up in Mbo. I keep mentioning this in Mbo because it's like the headquarters of Ndeli. You understand? Mazi, one day I went to visit my family. Because I'm living in another here. So in the morning, I want to eat food. The children has gone to school. So when I want to take food and eat, they tell me to mind the portion that I'm taking, that the children have not eaten. I was like, what happened? Why haven't they eaten? They said that they are fasting in their school. I said, fasting for what?
You mean it?
They said that they...
Wait, Mazi.
I'm telling you.
Has it gone to this extent? Or is it primary school or secondary children? School children.
Primary school. Children of 2 years.
Chai.
These are my brother's kids. 2 years, they are fasting.
Chai.
I said, what type of fasting? Why? He said that this is what they are doing in the school every Friday. I was mad. Not even for the teachers, but the parents that allow their kids to be doing this kind of thing. So tell me how the children will be learning at the school. Being hungry, you will be thinking that they'll be crying. How can we allow all this to be happening? Mazi, this thing is, I don't understand. And secondly, there is one impression that I want to correct. When our people are talking about the slave trading, they will be saying that our ancestors collaborated. How they are saying this thing is painting our ancestors bad. Mazi, for me, I took exception to that. You understand? Our people, we don't have mastery of words, how to put words. You understand? We should be saying something like, some traitors in our land collaborated with the foreigners to sell our people, not our ancestors. Because it's not every of our ancestors that participated. Some people were victims of slaves. Some of our ancestors drowned themselves. in US. So when we say our ancestors, I don't like it. You understand? Even that our ancestors have been living thousands of years before the batch of these traitors that collaborated in selling our people. So we should learn how to put words. You understand? So let me end here. Thank you.
You're right anyway. Ima ofu akarota mmanụ ya zuo ọha ọnụ. Just like what we are suffering today in our land. Sabotage. You know, our enemies, they love saboteurs. They use them. They give them power. Look at how they protect Hope Uzodimma, the vampire of Imo State. Look at how they empower him and the many others. They make them wealthy, make them powerful. If it is military, they give them military. In order to kill their people, his own people, for them. They don't understand the damage they are doing tomorrow. So, when we talk about people collaborating, it's not everybody, of course. After all, that time there must be people that we are fighting, trying to internally fight against this menace of saboteurs, as we have today. But you know, when outsiders, you see some outsiders, when they talk about Biafra, when they hear about what is happening to us as Biafrans, they say, look, but it is your own people that are killing you. Say, yes, you have governors and they are doing this to you. But how many people are governors? Do you see that? But they will not understand it like that. They will see it as, oh, it's you people killing yourselves. Do you see the problem we are having? Because of this, just few people, few bad eggs. Now they make everybody seem bad. That is what we are doing. I'm going to switch up the phone, please. I'm no more taking any call, please. Wada, before we close, please make your parting shot before we go. Wada.
Okay, Mazi. I will say I'm going to part with these sayings. I'm trying to forget them. So, what I wanted to bring in are two things. Number one, there's a particular tendency we have as a people. You know, just my brother that spoke, I know. When we make these assertions or statements, is when you're looking at it like either the majority of the people have the behavior or the activities or the actions, or their activities and actions are so overwhelming that it overshadows the activities of the other ones, because the other ones are either quiet, not protesting, or working against the effort of those few bad people. So that's where you can begin to generalize. We know it's not everybody, and we know that our ancestors put up some fights, but just like what is happening now, they use internal enemies to subdue them. Like you rightly said, some of them were taken into captivity because they refused to embrace the religion we're talking about. You know, so and they use the actions of their fellow people to do that. So what I'm trying to say is that peculiar behavior we have is this. We have this tendency, if we must be honest to ourselves, to not appreciate what we have or who we are, and be quick to embrace what is new and foreign to us because of what they look like or the way they were being presented to us. So that means we have the tendency to believe lies or fallacies. Let me put it that way, fallacies. Because what we are trying to go back now, which is even the man that spoke extensively, we were the original worshippers of Chukwu. We worship the true God because we went directly to him. But it came a time we did not understand the value of what we had. And these people brought their thing, their own religion. Even though our own is more superior than their own. But because of this tendency, which I will call a flawed character, we jumped and lashed at it. Why am I making this concession? Is because Even when you pay attention to our behaviors, the Yoruba man will go to school, learn English, but makes effort that he or she speaks and understands Yoruba language. It doesn't matter where they are. It doesn't matter what country, foreign land they are. The Hausa people, the same thing. We are the only ones that once we come in contact with English language or another foreign language, we are willing and quickly and interested and see it as a being ahead of every other, each and every one of us, to completely forget our own and embrace whatever that this language or culture is. It happened in the same this thing we are talking about, the same religion we are talking about. The Yorubas, what did they do with Christianity and Muslim Islamic religion? They married it together with their own traditional religion. That's what you call spiritual church. Spiritual church did not start from Biafra land. It started from Yoruba land. It's a mixture of the modern Christian religion and the traditional religion. That's what they're practicing. What happened to our own? We abandoned our own ancient religion or spiritualism and totally embraced this Christianity and carried it on top of our head and walking all about. Even because, even as we are in that contraction called Nigeria, the Yorubas are using us to make their money. All the GOs, for 70 to 80% of them are Yorubas or
the mega ones,
Westerners.
the big ones that are making money.
They're the western part of that country, and some of the some of the northerners that are catching up the joke and coming in. But go and look the congregators. 80 to 90% are us. We are the ones. But go and look at the one that is held by an Igbo man or a Biafran. The only people that may come there will be only Biafrans. You will hardly see a Yoruba man going to a church where an Igbo man is the pastor. He will not stay there long unless you make him the assistant pastor, and then he will walk so hard to Detroit, even here in America. That's how they rule. So that's why I say that we have this flawed character. It's a flawed character flaw, what we must correct. To know that even if what we have is not where we want it to be, we must work hard to find out what is wrong with that thing and tweak it to make it better. But cherish it, because it's only when we begin to cherish that which is us or belong to, then somebody else can come and cherish it. You cannot expect people to put value to who you are when you don't even value yourself. It makes no sense. It can never happen. So that's what we're suffering. That is why even in Nigeria today, our so-called political elites have no power. They have no say. They have destroyed themselves because they were busy embracing everybody and then selling themselves out because of peanuts. So now the chicken have come home to roost. They can't say anything. They have no political power. They have no kind of power in that place. Because of what? They did not value the so-called intellectual or intelligence they have. They were known to be one of the smartest in that contraction. The Yorubas and the Igbos were the smart ones, the intelligent ones, the intellectual ones. The Yorubas used their own very well. What did we do? Because we didn't even value who we are. What did we do? We sold it out. You rather go and bow down to a Fulani man and collect chicken change and be under him, and then be teaching him how to run the business. In this case, it's not business, governmental parastatals. An Igbo man is willing to do that. But the Yoruba man will tell you no. If he has to go and apply juju, he will apply juju, he will tell you no. But the Igbo man will even be the one telling the Malam, the Fulani, don't worry, let me be under you. I will show you how to run the ministry. For peanuts. So it's a character flaw. So the final thing we must work on. So the final thing I will say is this. There's a brother that asked a question that he asked his pastor. Everybody is talking about their God, their God, their God. Which one of God is the true God? I think I spoke about this whether in the last broadcast or two, but I don't think I put a lot of highlights on it. Because if I believe if I did, my brother, or maybe he didn't listen, wouldn't have asked the question. The truth, even when you come from if you pay attention to every religion, even the Bible, the Christian Bible, there's only one God, universal God. It doesn't matter the name, people may give it from their, based on their dialect. But there are many lords, Lord. There are many of them. Because even the Christian Bible, if you pay attention, in Genesis chapter 1, all you'll be hearing, and God did this. When I finish, those Christians can go and read it and see what I'm saying. They will tell you, in the beginning this happened, and God did this. God did this. I call him the Godhead. God did that. Then when you step into chapter 2, you will never hear about God again. Because chapter 1 will tell you, and after that God rested. God, G-O-D, capital. When you step into verse 2, all you'll be hearing is the Lord God, the Lord, the Lord, the Lord God, the angel of the Lord. That's what you'll be hearing. They are not the same persona as God. Even the person that should put the quality in their own Christendom as the Lord, that's Jesus Christ. He told them, I am not God. I take instruction from my Father who is in heaven. The highest attribute you can give Yeshua or you can give Jesus Christ is Lord. Even though the Torah carriers preachers do not recognize him as a Lord. So that's what is happening. So every community have their own Lord. It's different. But there's only one God. So what made our own way of worship, what our ancestors did so unique and powerful was they went directly to Godhead. Directly to Godhead. If they had those gods, the lords, I mean to say the lords, they have the lords, call them a Hajioku, call them whatever. These are lords and deities. But our people we are so much in tune with spiritual matters, spiritual things, that they knew that these entities were messengers of God. So they went directly to Ancient of Days himself, Chukwu Okike Abiama, and then they received, because Chukwu is spirit, they received their informations and through these laws, because they are the medium, because they are spirit. That was the essence of what they practiced. That was the essence. So the Torah carriers, the Torah preachers are another set of people that did that. They dealt with God according to them. But when you step in chapter 2, like according to the Bible, Genesis, they began to deal with the Lord himself, not the God Almighty. But I'm going to leave it here and I'm going to end here. Thank you all for listening. Thank you everybody for paying attention, and thank you for receiving us the way we are, especially me. I am still a child, I'm still bedding on my stomach. I appreciate the man that spoke. By his grace, we get in contact with him, because he, like he said, he has a well amount of knowledge, and we won't want to lose that, because what he has, which is what made our civilization or what we're talking about like now, is not being recognized. Even though they tried to put them down, but those who felt they knew better than them came in and destroyed what they had. So we must begin to catalog every information we can gather, because this life is organic, it's not guaranteed. I'm not saying my brother is going to die today or tomorrow, but the earlier we begin to catalog these things, the better for us, so that the future generation can continue to go through them and then research and improve and bring in more and make them to ask more questions and researches. Yeah, I'm going to end today. Thank you all for listening, and God bless.
There were. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, we have come to the end of this program. But what I want to say is this: like, when we talk about our value, our value is live and let live. We don't impose our cultures or traditions to others. No. And we should not expect others to do the same to us. We didn't understand, I hope we didn't fully understand the dynamics of this world, that there are conquests. I mean, our ancient ancestors, they believe that others, everybody reasons or is like them, open-hearted, because they wouldn't go any place and impose their way of life to them. No, our culture is, we maintain ourselves, our way of life, and we respect others' way of lives also. That is the way. And that mindset deceived us. We didn't know that there are people that are going around in the world trying to impose their way of seeing things to others. When we talk about God, for me, leave everybody in any part of the world worship. Let them worship and see things as they want. What we are trying to fight, or what we should be ameliorating or fighting, is evil. As long as those people are not using their way of worship maybe to kill or to harm others, it is okay. It is not our job to standardize why should you be worshiping this God. Do you know God? Okay, tell me which color is God. Forget about what this colonialists, what they are painting. God is white. Now Satan is black. After all, we didn't know Satan. It's them that brought Satan. So if every part of the world they keep their way of life, see their God, anything they call, anything, even if there is another thing, as long as they are not using it to harm others, there is no problem about it. Because we are in this world together. Do you understand? So, when people use religion to standardize, use their religion in order to stagnate or standardize or put us in a cage, that is where we say no. And we have the right to do that because we have our way of life. If you are not comfortable with this, go and examine yourself. I'm telling you. If you are not comfortable with us going back to who we are, not to think like, reason like a Christian or reason like a Muslim, but reason like a human being we should be. Because as our veteran Accord said, and rightly so, faith starts where knowledge stops. Where there is no knowledge again, you go by faith. You understand? Faith is another word for ignorance. You just believe anything. I can believe anything. Oh, God is black, God is yellow, God is white. You say no, God have 3 hands. I say no, I have 5 hands. And we will be fighting for what we don't even know. No, why should you say that God have 5 hands? And I strongly believe, I have the unction that God have 2 hands. Is that not stupidity? Why shouldn't we let ourselves be? Here we preach real freedom of belief. For some people that are thinking, they are twisting what we are doing, that we are calling for religious war. No, you are absolutely wrong. Your people are the people that are calling, you are intolerant, religious intolerance. That is what you preach. Because when you be in the altar, in your church, preaching, castigating our menala, calling it evil, these people that carry you, go carry mborogu. And the people will be shouting, don't you think that there are people that what you are saying, there are people that are taking offense on it. Don't you think so? But you don't have that feeling because you believe that, you stand on a true God, so you have the right to, downgrade others. You have the right to talk down on others, and you feel fine. But when we come to bring some facts about you, about your own belief, now you start picking offense. You see people asking, leave this, let us go Biafra restoration, leave this religion. We are not going to leave it. Because it's causing us harm, more harm destroying our mentality. Honestly, I said before and I continue saying it, we can never develop exclusively on these foreign things we don't even understand. It's impossible. We have to go back to uphold our values, to our roots, and now sprout out without getting roots. It's just like building something on nothing. That is it. When they will program you to pray for one faraway country that is a world power, it will be, that is when you will have peace. For praying for an advanced country, always you fast and pray for them. Now that is when God will answer your own prayer. Don't you see that this is stupidity? You know, they insert stupidity in our mindsets, and we continue going with it, thinking that now we carry loads and loads, unnecessary loads and loads, instead of solving our own problem in our own way. Don't you see that it is stupidity? They put us in a cage, you know, and they want us to continue rigmaroling there, going from pillar to post, and hit in mind. We think that we are walking around. We think that we are traveling all over the world. We don't know that we're in a cage, going round and around without seeing nothing. Well, that is what we are trying to diminish. We are trying to scatter all these cobwebs, filthy cobwebs that are pulling us down in our brain mentally. That is it. We have to uphold our values, and that is the right thing to do. Biafra is our religion. I say, if you have any other religion other than this Biafra restoration, you are not worthy. If when we talk, there is nothing. What can you talk about religion or tradition that will pain me? I don't pick. What I listen. I'm a listener. If you make sense, I support you. If your debate is superior, I bow down. I say, now what you're saying is true. It's true. I will think about it and follow you. That is the way. That is me. I'm not rigid, you know. So I'm not somebody that you can come, because you are want to this belief system. No. You are horribly mistaken. What we want is the something, the way. That way, the pure way, our own natural way, that will make us come out shining as the rising sun we are supposed to be, instead of being caged, limited because of one belief system. Now, why are you not in IPOB? Now, come to our meeting now, support what you are. What you are doing is good, but my church accept now. I don't have to. To gather, to start all these gathering, political gathering for worldly kingdom. I'm not inside. You see, the person understand that what we are doing is true. It's a good thing, but his religion limited him. Do you see what we are doing? If you have not seen them, you have seen them. So when we are talking about, removing ourselves from the shackles of this mental slavery that we are being put into, let us reason like human beings. That is what the only standard our leader have put here for us to do. Why reasoning like human beings? Start finding out things. Do not be sentimental about whether you are church or religion. No. Because if you are sentimental, you will make mistake in your reasoning. But when you are neutral, when you are free yourself, free your brain, now you start seeing things, asking questions. There is no go area. In Christianity, they have no go area. Oh, no, don't ask. Are you questioning God? No, don't judge. You see a pastor, they say a pastor rape a child. A pastor rape a woman. They say, no, please don't talk. Are you judging? Are you God? Because you are limited. That is how you program you. And that is how evil will continue multiplying. But when we call a spade, and we come back to our natural selves, you see that we start minimizing the collateral damages that have been done inflicted to us, we will start minimizing it. Thank you for listening. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is where we worship. Biafra is our identity. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.